Goldsmiths and Susanna Clisby at Coventry University. So we're going to begin with thinking about where we started and where we've kind of closed. And Siobhan, you set the project off at the start by creating a global project from the 6 partners, an exhibition at Goldsmiths in the Kingsway Corridor called Creating, or rather Exchanging Cultures of Equality. And then further on, last year, we had an exhibition outside at campus at Goldsmiths due to the pandemic. And finally, your third exhibition is an exhibition that we have online. So I wanted to ask you what the experience has been like across these 3 exhibitions, and for you, what the differences have been.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Hello to everyone who's watching, wherever you are in the world. I'm Siobhan McGurk, and I've been working on curation generally across the project. So really learning a lot from our partners along the way, because so many of them are also doing curation and doing collaborative curation. So collaboration has been really central to our work from the start. But at the very start of a project, of any project, we're posed with that challenge of, how do you begin a conversation? How do you begin a collaboration? And working with NIRML, we use the device of postcards, this idea of being able to share glimpses or small notes, ideas even about that starting point of a long-term project. And I'm just going to show some images now from that 2018 exhibition. If we could get them on screen. So this is the Kingsway Corridor at Goldsmiths in one of the central buildings. And it's a space that connects 2 other corridors that are very kind of, have a lot of footfall as students go to classes, as they move across campus. It's kind of a gateway into the rest of campus and a space where people pass by. And we wanted to make most of that there isn't really an entry and one exit. So it's more of a circular space that you can move around. You can see on this slide where those postcards came into play. So we had 6 postcards from each group with the teams kind of working together for the first time to choose their image and their notes. And we put them on the wall along the Kingsway Corridor. And we put them at a certain height to encourage that kind of leaning in and getting close, so not that kind of distance. So inviting a kind of intimate and conversational approach from the first. And that was also the reason why we used telephones to have recordings played of the teams discussing why they chose these particular images. I just want to note in the top of the Kingsway Corridor here, crossed wires. This is a nod to how challenging it can be to work together and to collaborate, especially transnationally, especially through multiple languages, and that risk of things being lost or changed, or maybe even refound in translation. The pandemic changed our project quite a lot, but those themes remained in our exhibition in 2021, which is held outdoors, partly to be COVID safe, so that people could still access it even if there was another lockdown, but also so that we could go outside the walls of the academy as much as we were able to afford to do so following a drastic funding cut, which was a knock-on effect of the UK government's decision to change its foreign aid funding. And so that really affects our project. And on a bit of a shoestring budget, we could still, I think, do something very impressive. And this was much more collaborative. And some of the installations or artworks that you'll see here, people will recognize when they go and visit the online exhibition. And so this is a kind of conversation about taking the online, offline, and putting things kind of out in the world. So we can see here some body maps, again, kind of taking advantage of people walking by. There's some postcards on the windows, a very interactive feel. So kind of mirrors using kind of reflectivity to invite reflection on what it means to talk about cultures of equality in this center of capital and colonial power that is London, and a space like Goldsmith. So this was the way that the exhibition was framed outside, but really emphasising those same ideas that came up in the past. And so it's kind of a nice reflection that we'd anticipated quite a lot in 2018 in terms of crossed wires and the challenges of communication, our reliance on devices to collaborate. So I'll just stop sharing there, and hopefully that's some insight and an invitation to go and look a bit more in detail at these installations on the online exhibition. You can stop sharing these slides now.
Thanks, Siobhan. I think at that point might be a good way to open up our conversation with Yasmin. Yasmin, you've been leading the online course, which has also been across all the countries, the 6 countries involved. And you've chosen the word in consultation with the rest of us, the word experiments. How does that sit with the course, and what brought you to that word?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Yasmin Gunaratnam, and I think what Siobhan really kind of emphasised was that the whole work of GlobalGRACE has been very collaborative. And so one of the things about the word experiment as well is I want to recognise up front that it has this murky colonial history, so we know that the colonisers have used lands as well as people as sites to experiment with. And so there was that in the background, but I also wanted to do that classic sort of decolonial, anti-colonial move of reclaiming a word and a language. And I think I was trying to also get at something that we talked about across the projects when we first began thinking about the course, was how might an anti-colonial learning decenter some very traditional ways of thinking about teaching and learning. So I wanted to the word experiment to also conjure a sense of pedagogical and empirical humility, about not being so sure of ourselves. And then there was the other aspect of really trying to honour what's particular about the creative methods. So all of the projects were working with creative methods, which are very different from, so for example, from doing a survey or even a qualitative interview, so where you have data. And so that word experiment, they were really pushing at the boundaries of some of these established ways of working. So the Philippines team, for example, were working with creative writing workshops with queer communities. Bangladesh were working with photo stories and film with women construction workers. And really, in terms of learning, like we all know as teachers, we never know when learning stops or when it might begin. So that's what I was trying to conjure, really, with the word experiment.
Thanks. So you've given us the colonial and decolonial context. In the working practice of the course, how did you manage the pluriverse and, the contrasting and conflicting epistemologies and languages across the globe, which this project is for?
Yeah, that's really difficult. And I think, again, the collaborations became so important for that, for people also talking across their projects, but also the different terms that have different meanings in different languages. And I think very practically, I guess, really thinking about translation across projects in terms of ethos, but also the translation, there's subcultures of language within main language use. And I think this again came out in the course, each work package, as we call them, has a glossary, and I think that really is a lovely way in which they've been able to gesture to or signal to, actually, these are the terms that we use. So, for example, just in terms of thinking about gender, has very different connotations and denotations when you're thinking about different languages, where the colonial binary, for example, didn't exist before. So I think the language use and thinking about languages, for many of us, it's our first home, and so it's a way of working with and also taking down the boundaries of identity. And I think practically that's always going to have to be a work in progress. So the process of translation was that the teams would write something. Sometimes it wasn't in English, and then it would be translate. We had to have this discussion about, what certain words meant. And then in the final versions of the course, so the course materials are going to appear in English, Bengali, Spanish, and Brazilian Portuguese. The teams have also sent the translations out to other translators. So I think recognizing that language is always on the move, it's a site in which identities can be sort of shut down as well as opened up. So I just really want to maintain language as a site of problem making.
Yes, so that brings us to the question for both of you. What were you surprised by in the making of the exhibitions, in the making of the online course, and also your engagements across the projects? What were you surprised by, and do you expect audiences to be surprised by what you've pulled together for us?
I think one thing I expect to surprise audiences and maybe wasn't so surprising to us, but was a difficult thing to maybe deal with, is that experimentation always necessitates the possibility of failure, or like quote unquote failure. So you have to be willing to risk that well-placed plan not coming to fruition, and that's a good thing. And I think that's been really incredibly productive for us all. In the online course, the framework of dilemmas is really important to kind of highlight that unknowing, and that conversation, that process, that debate is always ongoing. With exhibitions and curation, however, there's a kind of built-in expectation that this is the finished product, that you don't go into a exhibitionary space to see a work in process, right? That the installation is done behind closed doors, and then they open it up, and that's the finished package, which raises that question of, well, what kind of experimentation is possible? So you have to be willing, I think, for things not to work, or not to work for everyone, and not to work for everyone in the same way. We've tried to use the virtual space, the online space, and create outputs for that. But that was a really challenging endeavor. I think we're so used to websites and our mobile phone devices, and having this kind of quick moving between different spaces, that the process of building that infrastructure was really new for me, and was filled with surprises and challenges both. And I think for all the teams as well, to think about, all the research projects all around the world, to think about the limitations and the new possibilities that could emerge from taking creative activity, or creative outputs, creative work that had been made in 3D physical form in a particular time and place, and making an online counterpart or version or iteration of that. And that, I think, evokes, Yasmin was saying, this kind of appreciation for always learning. I feel that I've learned so much, and even doing some of the translation myself, just thinking about words and changing meanings, and the different references. I think academics, we love to have a bit of wordplay in our titles, like clever titles with multiple meanings. But that can't function in the same way if it's going to be kind of make sense in the same way across multiple languages. And so working with people who come from different language backgrounds, and having that really incredible learning experience about etymologies and implications of different words has been a beautiful surprise. Actually, I really enjoyed that.
Yasmin, there's so many different elements in the course. There's an introductory course and the more advanced course. How hard was it to think of an audience because online the audience is everything and nothing. And how did you make that tangible?
Well, I think we did. You know, like we had lots of discussions, and it was really nice, you know, to take up Siobhan's theme of surprises and, you know, what you asked us. I would have maybe an idea, and then, as you know, we'd go into a team, and the ideas, I think it was really nice that we could take them apart and actually say, okay, that doesn't work, or hang on a minute, aren't we just going down a traditional route here? And I just remember the discussions early on when we were thinking, when we could still meet in person, you know, remember those days. And it was really nice to be sitting in a room and then to think about, okay, so we don't actually know who's going to be using this course. So we said, you know, it will be probably people 18 plus. We also wanted it to appeal to teachers of all sorts, so that you could actually maybe use an exercise or an activity and take it into the classroom. But we didn't actually know. And I think that's how we hit on, okay, we want to do something different, but doesn't the real learning happen through mistakes? You know, all things that are usually covered up when academics write papers and things, and they write their methods, and it's like, oh, wow, that was your aim and you achieved it. And we kind of wanted to draw back the curtain, and I really like that sense. I think that comes across in the exhibition as well. And to say, actually, we really didn't know, the teams didn't know what to do when this happened. Or we gave, in the South Africa team's example, we gave sex workers mobile phones, and then they were really vulnerable because, you know, they could be stolen. Sometimes when you don't have food, you sell things, you know, so the whole status of an object, we might conceive it in one sense, but then that object is completely transformed in its context of use. So I think the dilemmas in the course really get to that, you know, what would you do?
Absolutely. On the question of dilemmas, as we have a few moments left, I wondered what both of you have taken away from this, you know, huge global collaborative endeavor. How would you imagine enacting something else, doing it differently? What are the lessons for you from this project?
I think I couldn't wish for anything to go differently because of the way in which that has produced really, really big challenges that have brought us together and put us into a collaborative mode that was unexpected, but that I think we've really managed to get through as a team. I'm on WhatsApp conversations all the time with my colleagues, checking in with each other, supporting each other, and that's I think a wonderful thing. It's not focused on this idea of the project product. It's about conversations. I think this final session that we've had today, being called that, is conversations, it's not conclusions, really speaks to the ethos of the GlobalGRACE project overall.
Yeah, there's nothing really more I can add to what Siobhan said. I think it is about relationships, and this, I mean, it's really hard not to underestimate the impact of the pandemic. I think that really has to be said. And, you know, Mark Johnson and Suzanne Clisby had a really good structure for thinking through the project, and that we would meet in these participatory and forums, really, so everybody would meet. And we only had one really in Brazil, and then the challenges of working across cultures of difference and language, but also just the gorgeousness that comes together with people being able to exchange ideas and think through things, play together, and see a different sense of each other, is something I've never experienced before. So I think that's, for me, what I really learned. How can we build spaces of, you know, working across differences, in several different ways, really.
Thank you. So exercises in play, failure, experimentation, exchanges, and I know a lot of laughter along the way as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
e nem por quê. Mas é claro, se perguntarem a nós, não vamos saber responder. Vamos pegar um exemplo muito comum, a cor rosa e a cor azul. Ainda na barriga, você ouve aquela típica frase: se nascer azul, o quarto vai ser menina. E se nascer rosa, é menino. Não. Espera. Mas quem determinou isso? Boa pergunta. Eis a questão. Se você está achando que está muito enganado, menino, ai de você se falar que não gosta de futebol. Vão te chamar de tudo, até de mongol. E se alguma menina ousar falar que quer jogar bola, é certo, vai sofrer bullying na hora. E quando você cresce, já tem um pouco de noção, você acha que tem liberdade para se expressar? Não é assim não, tá? Ainda tem muitos porquês, outros porquês. Ainda vão ser muitos porquês em nossa trajetória. Olha, vão ser muitos dias de luto. E haja luto. Mas um dia vai chegar o nosso dia de glória. Mas quem é glória mesmo?
Carioca do Rio. Carioca do Rio. Carioca do Rio pro mundo, feito pra homem, também pra mulher.
Então, sai daqui. Sai. Aí, mano, visão. Fico olhando esses artistas menor dançando aí, né? Mas suave. Vem pro baile, pá, quero um videozinho dançando, posta, bomba. Outra coisinha aqui, pá, posta, bomba. Vira sucesso, vira mídia. Faz aqui de mó tempão, grava vídeo, tutorial, dá aula, mas tá apagadão, mano. Os caras chegam fazendo qualquer coisa, copiando nosso bagulho, fica famoso. É igual no dia, nem te contei, né? Vou te contar, pega a visão. Tô lá no baile curtindo, na moral, né? Minha onda, pá, quebrando tudo com o menor. Chegou um moleque do meu lado, começou a fazer assim, ó. Olhei pra ele assim, meio assustado, né? Falei, qual foi, mano? Tá ficando maluco? Aí ele olhou pra mim, Mano, tá cortando minha onda. Olhei pra cara dele sério, hein? Ô, negão, pô, tu tá de sacanagem, eu tô cortando tua onda. Tu tá fazendo maluquice, pô. Aí eu virei pra falei assim, ó, assim mesmo. Vou te ensinar como é que é. Comecei. E ele assim, ó. E eu, porque quando eu começo eu não paro. Eu fico na quebradeira até de manhã, filho. Quebra tudo. E ele lá bobando, olhando pra mim, pra cair. Ele falou, que é isso? E ó. Pô, na moral, mano. Pensando bem, acho que eu tô erradão, tá ligado? Porque, pô, quem sou eu pra falar que ele tá numa onda diferente? Todo errado. Na verdade, todos nós temos uma onda. Todos nós temos o nosso jeito de curtir, não é mesmo? E quem sou eu pra falar que ele tá errado? Que ele tá fazendo maluquice? Ele tá curtindo a onda dele. Ele tá tranquilo dançando. Tá ligado? Eu não posso chegar nele e falar que ele tá de maluquice. Cada um tem sua maneira de dançar, o seu jeito, a sua onda e a sua manha. E agora eu te pergunto, me diz você, qual é a sua manha?
Mas e aí, qual que é a tua mãe?
E aí, qual é a sua mãe?
E aí, qual é a sua mãe?
Qual é a sua mãe?
E aí, qual é a sua mãe?
Hello.
Hi, Neil. Hi, Richie.
Hi,
Hey.
Mark.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
That Brazil video was amazing and fantastic.
Uh,
Hi, Neil. Hi, Richie.
Yes.
Feel super energized.
Yeah.
That Brazil video was amazing and fantastic. Hi, Neil. Hi, Richie.
Yes.
Feel super energized.
Yeah.
That Brazil. Are we getting an echo? Amazing and fantastic. Hi, Neil. Hi, Richie.
Yes.
Feel super energized.
Yeah.
That Brazil. Are we getting Neil or Richie? Do you have your YouTube link open?
I may. Sorry.
Okay,
There. Yes.
that's it. Great.
That was Memorial strip. It was nice too. It's like a continuation of the Brazil video. So
I know, fantastic. But listen, hi everybody who's joining us on YouTube. It's really an honor and privilege to be with you and to introduce to you Professor J. Neil C. Garcia from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, who's lead investigator of the Global Grace Philippine project Making Lives Lovable, together with Professor Nerissa del Carmen Guevara, or Richie for short, from Santo Tomas University, who is the Global Grace Early Career Researcher. I also want to mention and acknowledge here before we get started a few other members of the Global Grace Philippine team. And first of all, to Professor Kate Ramil from De La Salle University, who was our fantastic NGO research lead at the YMCA Renali, working alongside of Ferdinand Castillo and Marion Abac. And we'll be hearing from Kate in a little while via video. I also want to give a shout out for Professor Jaya Jacobo, now at Coventry University, and Professor Johan Espiritu at De La Salle University, who are both previously Global Grace Philippine early career researchers and who remain members of the Global Grace extended family. To all of you and the many other contributors to Global Grace Philippines, just to express publicly my deep appreciation and gratitude for your scholarly insights, for your expert creative input and guidance. Working with and alongside the many LGBTQ+ young people who participated, both as aspiring and accomplished writers and artists, you have together, through that creative praxis, created new possibilities of and for more lovable lives. Well, we want to start with our conversation today by reflecting on the team's installation. And Lena, could you enable the sharing of my screen, please? Perfect. So it's entitled Doing Gender and Doing Equality. And Richie, I wanted to start by asking if you could talk a bit about where the concept for this installation came from and in what ways it speaks to and digitally embodies and realizes the key aspirations and ethos of Global Grace Philippines, and particularly of the aim to decolonize and queer gender equality through creative practice.
good evening from the Philippines, Mark. Our entire year of 2021 was spent in the confines of the Zoom screen and other apps that facilitated communication not possible during the pandemic. So during that time, Mark, Neil, Alex, Justine, and I were in place due to government restrictions and the pandemic. London, Kamuning, Camyas, parts of Quezon City, and Palawan. And it was an incredible storm of ideas that gave birth to our installation, taking its root from Neil's idea of queering myth. Our GlobalGRACE Philippines artist in residence, Alex Crisologo, had reimagined a well-known Philippine mythic using his current home in San Vicente and the landscape of that home and the botanicals of Palawan. At the center of the tableau is Tandol, this rock formation at Saling Point, something that existed both in ancient times and in the present. And we also have a lithe bamboo with its head of flowers, and a flowering bamboo is rare and rarely observed in life. The bamboo has no sex, Alex exclaimed in one of our meetings. Moreover, somewhere at the bottom of the screen is this tiny totem of Alex called the pantot, a tiny Philippine skunk badger, which is the guardian of the entire installation. So the clothes, the hats, other fashion items are at the bottom of the top tableau, and they were lovingly brought to life by Alex. And these were the clothes that the fellows of the Air Residency wore during their 3-month residency program. Here, the viewers of the installation, they clothe the bamboo, and when satisfied, the mythical bird flies over the bamboo. And it is a prime divinity, and we are going to see it dissolve into our performances and spoken word artists and films and visual arts.
Thanks, Richie.
Yeah.
So,
The word for it, Mark, is bonga.
Fantastic. It's so beautifully realized by all the artists and by Mike. And thanks for sharing that. Neil, just wanted to turn to you then to maybe kind of transition from the installation to think about the course. And we're going to start with the introductory class of the course and the object. The kikai, or makeup kit. It's used in the introductory course here as a way to reflect on the crafting of queer selves through literary, artistic, and performative ways amidst ongoing forms of everyday violence and erasure that diminish queer lives. And Neil, I know that running writing workshops for LGBTQ plus folk was a long-held ambition of yours, and I wanted to ask, why do you insist on and champion writing and artistic creativity as a meaningful site of intervention to enhance queer lives and well-being?
Yeah, before I answer this question, Mark, please allow me to weigh in some more on the meaning of the installation's design. In the Philippines, the image of the bamboo has mythic underpinnings. In a famous creation story, comparable versions of which may be found all over the archipelago, it was from this primeval reed that the first man and woman emerged after it had been cleft into two by the beak of a fantastic bird. Some versions equate this bird with the creator deity itself. This story has been used by Filipino feminists as an enabling myth, an antidote to the Judeo-Christian account of creation, which legitimizes the masculinist oppression of women because Eve merely comes out of Adam's side, implying that Eve is Adam's property. By contrast, in the story of the bamboo, man and woman are practically twins and thereby equals, born into creation at the same instance, children of the same vegetal source. This last point is important, for instead of the violent dualism between nature and humanity, a dualism ontologized to the point of despair by Judeo-Christianity, which has deemed nature, ergo the body and its appetites, as fallen, and needing redemption through the sublimating rituals of religion, this mythological system intuits and posits a continuity between the human and the worldly, and between the worldly and the divine. Filipino cosmogonies understand gender difference as being underpinned by an elemental unity, and therefore as complementary rather than hierarchical, something that the native languages of the Philippines, all predominantly gender unitarian, themselves also reveal. On the other hand, it's also worth noting that one of the pre-colonial Tagalog names for gender crossers, bayogin, derived from the name of a native species of clumping bamboo called bayog, which was slightly narrower but also interestingly sturdier than the common bamboo. Going back to your question, I will begin by saying that in order to be fully alive, we need to tell stories about ourselves, which are really our own bespoke myths of ourselves. As myths, these stories possess metaphorical power, describing us to ourselves, inspiring us, providing us a guide on how best to live our lives, on how to follow our bliss, reconciling us to the inevitabilities of existence, and situating us in the grand scheme of things from the interpersonal to the cosmic. I believe that literacy is essential to our contemporary life, for it fecundates compassion and enables empathy across chasms of existential and human difference that exist outside our direct experiences, outside our own immediate life worlds. In this way, we can say that literacy complicates and expands what otherness, what the other can mean and be. Indeed, soon enough, the more profound our literacy becomes, the more we may come to see that the other is already an inextricable part of the self. The more we read, the more we write, the more capacious our imagination becomes, which in turn fortifies and extends our aptitude for complex perception and paradoxical thinking, as well as for cross-identification. Writing is entirely accessible. It is simply the obverse of reading. It requires hardly anything by way of material. Just pen and paper would be enough. Hence, it's not as expensive as the other forms of art, whose media, whose components and ingredients are not always to hand and will invariably cost more. In other words, writing is eminently democratic and accessible as an activity, and its possibilities aren't hampered too much by the constraints of materiality. What it does require is a sense for language, which is a sense for form, and its realization through the procedural composition, the deliberate and felicitous ordering of words. It strikes me that queer creatives are acutely alive to the sensualities of form, being that they are, of necessity, acutely alive to the truths of their own extranormative embodiments and desires. Of course, because writing is self-expression, it is also by the same token self-realization, which is to say the textualization or transfiguration of one's own subjectivity, one's own experience and consciousness, through which one can become and through which one can live and love. Fostering the creative literacy, helping it cultivate and finesse the compositional skills of young queer creatives obviously empowers them to realize and affirm themselves through words and thereby to live their lives proudly and unafraid. And we need to say that this is a good that is magnified by the publication and dissemination of their works, which will help in promoting the progressive awakening of our country, our national education system, as far as the question of gender inclusivity is concerned. As we who are educators only too clearly understand, gender inclusivity is inseparable from any discussion of social equality, and it constitutes a vital aspect of all our students' well-being. The simple truth is that gender is one of the primordial, one might say irreducible ways any of us may experience being a person, may experience being fully present and alive in this world. What a difference it will make to young people to learn through stories, essays, and poems inside the safe space of their second home, the classroom, that the differences in their embodiments, in their desires, are entirely beautiful, irreplaceable, and precious things, and that they lie at the heart of their inalienable dignity as persons. We ended our project in the Philippines with teacher training seminars, precisely to help optimize the utilization of the pedagogical good that our workshops and residencies have enacted. That's my answer. Sorry for being so long.
Thank you, Neo. So we've got about 5 minutes remaining in our time. And Neo, you mentioned the writing, the teacher training things. And you know, you've indicated that these workshops, they provided a safe and enabling space for people. And then this was curated in a number of different ways, in different things. I will just show a few here. We have our of course the GlobalGRACE Philippine website, in addition to the course and things like this. And I would just mention here the wonderful exhibition that came out of the AIR residency. But turning to the legacies, I know the team were so keen on building, and the teacher training programs in particular. I wanted to give some of the last minutes remaining here to give the opportunity for Kate, our colleague, to come in and talk about the way in which the project impacted in the communities that they were working in San Pablo and Runali. Lena, could we play Kate's video now, please?
Under the international umbrella organization Young Association, which originated from London. While the membership expands to other genders and various sectors in the society, its focus is still on the youth, how the youth should be trained as servant leaders and critical thinkers. Our partnership with GlobalGRACE for the past 4 years has been very impactful and productive. Our first workshop with the LGBTQI plus youth was attended by 10 young people coming from different gender and sexual identities. They were trained by some of the well-established contemporary artists and academics in the Philippines: M. Mendez, Jethro Tenorio, Johan Espiritu, Erica Carrion, and Kael Santos. The first workshop established a tone of inclusivity and diversity. Our first activity opened the space for accepting vulnerabilities. At the end of the workshop, the community of LGBTQIA plus youth performed their piece that highlighted unity and diversity. The second workshop was led by Ms. Richie Guevara. The focus was on the politics of the body and how movements could be subversive. Since everything is political, the movements were made rhythmic and conscious. We, of course, believe that in order to reach equality,
So
we need to be conscious
Get rid of the
of our
video.
actions and our thoughts. Our last activity was centered on our educators. Around 150 grade school and high school educators from the municipality of Rizal participated in our 3-day training entitled Making Lives at School Lovable, a training for a gender-responsive classroom. The teachers who participated, although they have had gender and development training before, not only enjoyed the training, but affirmed the need to do more. Although the GlobalGRACE project has come to an end, its impact and lessons continue to mutate in our work. We will continue to engage social actors and would-be social actors to ensure that gender equality is within reach and that equality becomes the very fiber of our society.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Lena, for sharing that. And thank you, Richie and Neil.
30 seconds left.
We've got a few seconds left. I'll give each of you a final sentence, maybe just to say something about what GlobalGRACE means to you. Richie, why don't you start?
GlobalGRACE for the last year has been such a community for me, filled with connection and friendship and just a space, a virtual space that I had never imagined could exist. And I really appreciate the support of Mark and Neil to actually make that space happen in the AIR residency. That's all I want to say for that.
Thank you so much, Richie. Neil.
I think Global Grace for all of us became a kind of homecoming. As though we had all been in exile before, and when we finally had Global Grace and we had our workshops, we all managed to come home. And what I mean by that is that we actually formed forms of kinship and affinity and alliances and friendships and community that unfortunately many of us were not born into. So we found our new families with each other, and I think all of our fellows in the videos that we will see later, the selfie videos, will be saying the same thing, which is that Global Grace has given us a community, the community that we have long wanted and we have long needed. And so thank you so much to Mark and Suzanne and all the people of Global Grace for this wonderful opportunity to make a difference in the lives of young people in the Philippines and hopefully elsewhere, those who may be able to access our material online. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Neil. Thank you all for listening. Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's almost like if we were to paint a picture of a leader in very traditional terms, what would they look like? They'd be tall, probably quite good looking, and sound posh. Oh, clean shaven.
I sort of ticked all the boxes for them, and they appointed me because I'm the change. But can they deal with it? They want my leadership style to fit in with their ideas of what a leader can be, and I don't work in that way.
Trustees are going to be recruiting blokes in suits because they are blokes in suits.
The collections I look after are primarily looted from my ancestors, right? I mean, that's how these collections came into being. So there really is something in the very foundation of the institution that makes it inimical to, I would say, the intellectual authority of people of colour.
At work, I speak a little bit more posh than I would normally speak. I don't like that. I know it's necessary because they treat you differently. They might not realise it, but they do.
I am so used to silencing. It's only afterwards I go, hang on a minute, what does that person know and what do I know? Me asserting my expertise, that's been a hard thing for me. It weighs heavy on me, real heavy on me.
People would say to me, wow, you're very young to be a director, but you're very small to be a director. I mean, size really got commented on a lot. Those tiny shoulders. That sort of thing came to me all the time.
There were networks to do with sport, to do with pubs that people drank in that facilitated activity. And if you were female, I'm afraid you really weren't in those networks. You were doubly hindered by the fact that any woman who tried to assert themselves too actively would be viewed with a bit of suspicion.
They don't mind if you're a person of colour doing cataloguing or contributing some kind of linguistic expertise, technical aspects. But if you're a lead curator or a head of a division, that's something the institution has a lot of trouble coping with. And it will basically just bully you until you leave.
I lost my femininity and my identity, actually, in many ways, because I have measured myself against men's values in the workplace. And at the end of the day, there was no way I was ever going to succeed, was I? We've had to get into that scrum, and it hurt us.
I remember having to go to the toilet and have a little cry because I'd seen these instruments of torture, that had been labeled in such innocuous ways, and just thinking about my family history in relation to Jamaica. We're seeing evidence of silencing, of censorship, of work being pulled. That is real. I can see that attraction in organisations. We are operating in a climate of fear and appeasement of a right-wing agenda.
Hi, Tanzina. Hi, nice to see you. Hi. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I'm Suzanne. I'm the co-director of the GlobalGRACE project, and I've been working alongside Tanzina and Olvi and the rest of the research team based in Sylhet in northern Bangladesh for the past few years. But Tanzina and I go back a long way. We've been friends and colleagues working together for over 10 years now, haven't we? I think. Tanzina, do you want to introduce yourself and then Olvi?
Yes. Hello, Suzanne. My name is Sanjana Kolji. I'm the project lead for the Bangladesh team, and I have been working alongside Suzanne, Odin, National Further, and Bangladesh.
Hi all, I'm Ashaful Ozi. I'm the research assistant of GlobalGRACE project based in Bangladesh, and I've been working with GlobalGRACE since 2019.
Thank you. The sound isn't great, so I don't know if there's any way of kind of getting nearer the microphone or cutting out some of the background. I don't know, but if not, we'll just try our best to work with it. So in this conversation, we're going to talk about the participatory research that you've been doing with women who work in the construction sector in Bangladesh over the past few years. So just to start with, one of the successes of the GlobalGRACE project in Bangladesh has been the creation and launch of the Workers' Manifesto of Rights. If you mute while I'm speaking, then that's better. I think that's better because there's a bit of feedback. So as I was saying, you've been working with women construction workers, and one of the things that they said that they really wanted to create through the project was a Workers' Manifesto of Rights for women construction workers. And this isn't something that we'd thought about doing at the beginning. This is not something that was imposed. So can you tell us how you went about building the Workers' Manifesto of Rights with the women participants? And why was this so important for them? Something that was important for them to do?
As we talk, we will show some of the photographs, the relevant photographs which came along with the workshops and trainings with our participants.
Okay, thanks for the question, Suzanne. Globally, construction sector is heavily male dominated, and Bangladesh is no exception in this regard. Women who enter in the construction sector in Bangladesh, they do so because of dire economic needs. These women are extremely constrained by their socioeconomic capital. And as such, their skills, when they enter the sector, they're perceived as unskilled casual workers. They face all sorts of exploitation, deprivation, deception, inequality, injustice, sexual harassment, and so on and so forth. As we have been working, you and I have been working for long with these women construction workers. We know their plight. We are aware of their plight, but we could not do much because we have also some limitations. GlobalGRACE project in Bangladesh gave us this opportunity to address women's issues more closely, and for a prolonged period of time we worked with them. So we could do something for them. And there are some opportunities. We know the women working in the construction sector, they are not organized. They do not work as a group. They work for themselves, but it's not an organized group. And as such, they could not, they could not put forward their demand for demand for arguments to the proper authority to change their situation or improve their situation. GlobalGRACE, for this project, we got this opportunity. We organized our participants, women construction workers, and they got the opportunity to talk for themselves. They're talking among themselves with the research team. They're discussing their issues, their plights, their everyday struggles, their pain, their failure, their desires, their expectations, and all this. They put that in a free environment. So we decided, seeing all this, that they are talking for themselves and they had these issues for long. So we decided to assist them, to articulate their demands in their own time. And all these demands in the manifesto, it emerged from our participants' narrative. Creating this manifesto it's like it's something that helps the policymakers, the development activists, and all concerned people. They can take from this. They can start from this. So if someone wishes to change the scenario of participant women or women construction workers, they can start from here. That there is a manifesto. These are the problems. Women want to make these changes in their life. Because before they are not organized, they could not put forward their demands or arguments in front of others. But now, for this project, for this workshop, their demands are in place and people can work from there. And we believe it's a success for our project that we managed to assist our participants to create this manifesto. And for future reference, it will be a great help, I guess.
Thank you. Thanks, Tenzina. Thanks, Ovi. I'm still finding it a little bit difficult to hear what you're saying. I don't know if you could get even closer to the microphone at that end. And I appreciate it's always noisy in Silip, isn't it? So these are some of the really nice images that the women participants and the research team have taken over the course of the project. And so what we're looking at here is one of the congregation points where women go to get selected for daily labor. Some of the previous images, there was that horrible one of me, but it brings back really good memories of when we were there to enjoy the community festival that the women participants organized themselves. That was just such an amazing day where they could show all the films and photography exhibition that they'd created and also showcase the manifesto that they'd created, that they'd written themselves. So for me, there's been so many amazing things and great successes about the this project in Bangladesh. It means such a lot to me. But for you, what would you say are the most valuable, enjoyable, or powerful elements of the Global Grace Bangladesh project? And in terms of the impact it's had for the women that you've been working with, impacts for you, have you seen any changes for the with the women that you've worked with over the past few years?
Yes, of course. We witnessed significant changes among our participants. They are talking about, now they talk so eloquently about themselves, their work, the confidence they show in their attitude. It's something so, we are so impressed to see the change among our participants. And of course, the most valuable aspect, if I say, is the creation of the network. As I told you before, that there is women are not organized, or not, they are not organized in the construction sector. But for this project, they got this opportunity to organize themselves, and the will feeling they developed over the years, it is something very important we found. And the main point is women are not organized because the labor market has plenty of free labor, and the ability to sell their labor power is constrained because of this capacity of the labor market to hold all these cases. So there was that was the problem to be organized or be united. But for this project, it was something very different and valuable. That during COVID-19 pandemic, women they emerged as a group. They were helping each other, extending emotional support, sharing job-related information to each other. So it was a great thing that they are united, they are organized as a group, they're acting as a group. So it's something new and definitely valuable. And if we talk about the enjoyable things, we are so impressed and happy to see our participants happy. Seeing them happy is, it's something wonderful we feel. They enjoyed every bit of the workshop. We saw our participants during a community festival. They were enjoying themselves, our participants are the sole or most important providers for their households. These women did not have time to call their own. It was a luxury for them to sit for a while with someone, chat with a friend, or think about their own well-being, or pamper themselves. It was something beyond imagination. But through this project, through this workshop, they got this opportunity. You saw them, they are dancing, they are taking pictures, they are making movies, they are singing, they are painting their faces, they are doing so many things and enjoying it thoroughly. The academic piece we wrote, you and I wrote about our experience of conducting this research. It emerged from the narratives of our participants that they enjoyed it thoroughly. So it was, I would, consider it a success that we made them, so special and they enjoyed it.
I would like to add something. I think one of the most powerful elements of the project is that all the women have potential, but they are not recognized. So the project, they have received training from their field of choice. There they have recognized their talents. They have understood that they deserve to lead a better life. They deserve to be treated equal to men. Now they are more prepared to debunk the myth of male supremacy, and their dreams and desires can be fulfilled. And I think they are now more equipped to fight for their own rights.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that came through really strongly for me as well. That the ways in which the self-esteem, the confidence, and the kind of well-being and happiness of the women sort of demonstrated or showed through the project. It was so powerful. It was quite moving, actually. And of course, one of the main things about the Global Grace Bangladesh project was about supporting women's well-being and enhanced confidence and esteem. And I think that's certainly been a great success. So now thinking about some of the issues and challenges, because of course we've tried to run this project in a global pandemic, which we didn't anticipate, and it's been incredibly difficult, I know, particularly in Bangladesh, particularly for the group of women that you've been working with. So, Ovi, I'll start with you maybe. Ovi, tell us a little bit about some of the challenges that you've had to work with within the research team and with the participants over the past years to make the project fit for purpose.
I think one of the most vulnerable challenges I would say we have faced while recruiting the participants, because while we have gone to the field to recruit the participants, they were afraid, they were reluctant to come with us because in our society it is very difficult for the women. And as I am male, and I along with Joy, we have gone to many field congregation points to recruit the participants. It was pretty much difficult for us to actually ask them and come here in the GlobalGRACE office and see what's happening here, and after that they can be our participants.
Yes, the greatest challenge I would say, that we did not expect our participants to take it so easily. We thought we might not be able to, keep them engaged for that long period because women keep moving from one congregating point to another, one residential area to another, and then migrants from other places. So we might not be able to keep track of our women with that women participants. But to our utter surprise, they did not leave us. They just stayed with us, even during the pandemic. They stayed with us. They were like, we are always in connection. We are in contact. We are talking over phone. We are in contact. So it was really something good that and that particular point is the key to our success. That they stayed with us. They relied on us. That's
No, absolutely. I think I also think from what I understand that especially through the really difficult times of the past 2 years when work dried up on the construction sites, the women and the families had a very, very difficult time. But I think the projects and you and your team, you were able to provide that sort of continuity of space and place and support, and actually giving smartphones to all the women participants really helped with that communication and keeping in touch during the periods of lockdown as well, didn't it? One of the things that you did through the last couple of years, partly because of the pandemic, was you expanded the project. Can you tell us a little bit about what you did in terms of expanding the project to incorporate many more women?
We included more women in this group because during pandemic, as you just say, everything dried up because of government enforced restrictions. People do not have access to fresh income, and our participant women are vulnerable, but they got support from government for the emotional and financial support. But their family members, their co-workers, their community women, they are left with nothing. So we decided to include them as well, to at least letting some of their clients give them training, few days training, so that they can sell their labor power elsewhere, to find some other sources to earn some money and run their household and support themselves. So the idea came from there to support a wider network of marginalized women. And it really worked very well.
Yeah. So you set up a social enterprise and you, did you say you've got over 1,000 women involved in the Facebook?
Yeah, 2,000 plus women, more than 2,000 women we have in this group. And we have created another platform, online platform, where people can sell their products. Our participants can sell their products through this page. And their products can be everyone located in Bangladesh, wherever they want to buy services, products, they can do it from this page. And our participants can sell their products, services, and there is another thing. In Bangladesh, we try to expand women's horizon because in Bangladesh there are only few sectors that can sell their labor power. So we initiated a concept delivery women. Only men do this kind of task in Bangladesh, delivery, like for example, pizza delivery. Only men do it in Bangladesh, or food service delivery. Only men do it. So in GlobalGRACE project, from this point of view, we started delivery women concept. That women will do the delivery task. So by doing this, it is not only our participant women, all other women can do it. Then they can enroll all other marginalized women. They can find another niche for themselves to earn some money, earn some extra money. So this is something we do for our participants and other women as well.
Thank you. So created a delivery drivers, female delivery drivers in Sylhet now. We've come to the end of our conversation. It's really nice to talk to you. And I want to thank you both and all of the GlobalGRACE Bangladesh team for everything that you've done, and also thank the women who've been involved in the project from the beginning. So yeah, thank you for listening as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Todo lo que tenemos en nuestro perfil se relaciona mucho a la tierra y el territorio, cómo defenderlo y cómo hacerlo desde nuestros abuelos, y eso nos da como origen de dónde somos. Bordado siempre me dice muchas cosas, tiene toda la naturaleza, empieza del animal, pero también se relaciona con los colores, se relaciona con todo lo que hay en las plantas, árboles. Al principio, pues, buscar los materiales. Empezamos a urdir y ya después de eso, pues, lo subimos al telar, que eso lo llamamos como en tzotzil muy es el tate. Es como ponerlo en el telar de cintura y ponerle algo que se llama oniná. Es para agarrarle la fuerza y tejer muy bien. Entonces ya de eso empezamos a tejer. Y ya terminando de tejer, pues se corta el cuello. Y ya de eso, pues empezamos a bordar. Y de todo se hace como 2 meses o 2 meses o más. Y eso dura para hacer un huipil, pero sí dura más en usarlo, dura mucho tiempo porque es bien de calidad, que le digamos. Aquí en la comunidad solo hacemos intercambios. Quien no sabe bordar, pues le toca tejer, y entonces se hace el intercambio de que yo tejo tu ropa y la tela de tu ropa y tú bordas el mío. Entonces así nos pagábamos. Entonces empezamos a vender de afuera pero siempre nos regatean que no, ¿cómo es que cuesta mucho? ¿A cuánto me lo dejas? Pero sale más o menos como de 4,000 o 5,000 pesos, si es que queremos el precio justo, pero aquí no se paga así. Cuando me pasa algo, siempre pienso o veo mi ropa y siento que no, mi origen está en la comunidad. Aquí pues existe mucho el machismo, que las mujeres solo tienen que estar en la casa, entonces los hombres salen a trabajar en el campo, pero ya poco a poco se va cambiando porque también como nosotras las mujeres estamos empezando a trabajar en el campo, estamos también haciendo las cosas, lo que según ellos o la sociedad pues dicen que es el trabajo de hombre, pero no, estamos dando cuenta de que sí podemos realizar cualquier actividad que queramos y que nos guste sin obligación. Hello. So lovely to see you. So warm welcome to Dr. Sarah Matchett and Dr. Yaliwe Clark from the South Africa team. We should say that a vital member of the team, Phoebe, isn't here today, but is very much with us in presence and throughout the issues that we'll be talking about. So before we start sort of formally talking about the project, I should say that we were thinking about how this conversation might be as a format today, and also thinking about what decolonising meant in how we gather together. So we've staged the conversation as a series of scenes, so honouring the performance and theatre methods that you've been working with. And I also wanted us to drop out of the thinking body for a little while and drop into the experiencing body. So our first scene is going to be a breathing space practice to take us into really some of the methods that you've been working with. So Sarah, could you lead us?
Yeah, thanks, Yasmin. So wherever you are, if you can sit comfortably, make sure that your spine is straight, that your feet are on the floor if you're on a chair, and that you can feel your sit bones. And close your eyes. And notice the breath as it enters and as it exits. And through your nose, take an intentional breath into your heart area and let it go. And another intentional breath in through your nose to your heart area. Let it go. Feel yourself coming home to your body. We're going to practice a short practice of coherent breathing, which is about balancing the nervous system. And how it works is you breathe in and out through your nose. You breathe in for a count of 4 and out for a count of 4. And you connect the in-breath to the out-breath. So close your eyes once again and take a breath in and out. And we'll breathe in through the nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. In. 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 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. And come back to normal breathing and spend a moment noticing what you're feeling in your body. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Thank you, Sarah. That was beautiful and also takes us to the sensations of the body. And very much of methods that you were working with. So I thought, Yaliwe, could you just tell us in terms of a summary before we go to 3 scenes in terms of the project? In a nutshell, what is your project about?
Yes, so this project is a way of creating theatre together in a way that with sex workers who are very much immersed in what we call sex work activism. So public speaking, public push for the protection of sex workers' rights. So it's working with a team of sex workers who do this work and creating theatre together in a way that makes it possible for ourselves in the project, the sex workers in the project, to understand the intricacies of what it means to do sex work and to be a sex work in a South African context where sex work is decriminalized. And it's also about looking into how it is that wellness is possible in context where there's criminalization, also very extreme economic and social marginality of sex workers. How can wellness be articulated and be experienced even in the midst of quite harsh context of economic, social, racial, also ethnicized marginality, right? So we've been working across 3 institutions to be able to create this kind of artistic creation, as GlobalGRACE calls it, equality, looking at equality as a cultural artifact. So how could it be expressed artistically? Versions of equality, of wellness. And particularly for sex work, money is a big part of the economy of sex work, and it's the cash economy. So how does money operate in how sex work happens in South Africa? Yeah, I think there's more I can say, but I'll end there.
Okay, so let's try and get to the heart of the project. And we thought we'd do this to using an actual object that's used in theatre and performance as a scene. So the first scene that I'd like you both to sort of talk to is the theme of holding. So Sarah, maybe you could say something, take us to what holding means for you in the context of the project.
Well, as Yaliwe has mentioned, you know, the sex workers who we have been working with face numerous challenges in their lives. Discrimination, you know, sex work is illegal in South Africa. And so there's a lot of harassment from police, from the general public. So there's quite a lot of trauma that then lives in the body. So the cells of the body carry that trauma. So the you know, theatre and performance as an embodied practice, as an embodied form, invites a sense of relationality. Firstly, kind of relating to self, relating to other humans, relating to things around us, objects. So the form itself creates a space for holding. You know, each session that we had would start with a check-in session where everyone was given the opportunity to speak to what they were feeling in their bodies, in their hearts, in their minds, what they were thinking as well. And then we'd slowly enter into the session. And the sessions were carefully constructed. So as I say, the form is one that holds. And each session would close with a closing check-in. So the check-ins become an opening and a closing ritual. And you know, embodied practices do bring up all sorts of things. When you're working with the body, when you're working with the breath, all sorts of experiences are catalyzed. So it's very important that the people who facilitate these processes are able to create that holding space. So that becomes a space, a safe space for want of a better word, where the participants feel that they can express and that they will be held at the same time.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And Yaliwe, it was interesting when we were planning this session that I'd put healing and then holding, and you were like, no, holding has to come first. So tell me more about that.
Yes, I think one thing that I found quite special about the project, myself not being trained in theatre, not being a theatre practitioner or a teacher like Sarah is, I was held, right, through quite tough conversations, through processes that Sarah has just described. And I got then to experience a connection with myself and a connection with the group, right? And I think it is the process of holding that Sarah described that created the possibility for us to get through quite tough conversations, and for the theatre makers themselves, all of whom are street-based sex workers, to also tell very tough stories and yet feel that there is a container, there is a community that enables them to pass through, in some cases, a kind of reliving, re-remembering, not only talking, feeling viscerally in the body, and that we all could sort of almost, yes, hold and kind of protect that space. And I think that's what led us into possibilities for healing, right? That expression became possible, and it could be held in a way that there wasn't further fear created or further uncomfortability. Of course, there's uncomfortability, and we felt uneasy as a team throughout the project because of the depth that the theatre processes required of us to share. And we also come from very different backgrounds, whether it's institutions, some of us are university researchers, some of us are living on the streets, like street-based sex work activists, and then some of us are NGO practitioners, you know, and so our different articulations of equality and how it is the project needs to be governed in a fair manner. Those conversations got held through the processes that come with creating theatre, producing theatre. And that's what created healing. That's why I asked you to put holding first. And then through holding comes healing. Yes.
So Yaliwe, can I just come back to something which has really struck me about this project, which is the format. So I talked about the format before and how you're working actually with feelings, emotions, bodies, which are the very antithesis to how academics usually work in, I know, Sarah, not in your discipline, but I really want to get...
Not in hers.
I want to get
Yeah.
to a scene in terms of what happened. And this is what really struck me. Tell me about the launch symposium for the project, which happened in Cape Town. And I was so lucky to be there, but I was completely thrown off guard with the wonderful way it started and was conducted. So can you just give us a flavour of what that was like?
I'm not sure which bit of that launch to speak to.
I know, maybe you don't speak to some bits.
Yes, exactly, because it was something quite unusual. But I think what one ran through the symposium was the possibility to express emotion, not only through words, right? And not only through academic words, which is something those of us who sit in a university academically inclined teaching context would rely on to express what it is we're going through. So with Sarah's skills, we got an expression of emotion through movement, through dress, the use of cloth to demonstrate an activity. And that created a kind of emotional waves in the audience, right? And then the audience were allowed to then move into the performances that were displayed and recalibrate it, reconfigure it, and say, well, you know, if you think of sex work, when you think of sex work, what comes up? And then the performers would then demonstrate that. And then we get to look at how that and the emotions that are expressed. So that was a very different academic, kind of iteration of this is our project, this is what we're launching. And the other thing I dare say is we got to the point of standing on tables and twerking. I think that was day 2 or 3. By this point, I think we had expressed so much of an unusual way of articulating what it is we are thinking and doing, that sort of flowed with the energy in the room. But we also know that twerking and bodily movement in a sexual manner is core to the work of sex work, right? Yeah. So whether one in the space is officially, saying I'm a sex worker or not, everyone was invited to move in that sexual, tantalizing manner, and to break the boundaries of who does that, and is that an expression, of knowledge about the performance of the body in a sexualized manner, which is core to sex work. Right. So those are 2 moments I can remember.
And I'm glad you mentioned the twerking. And just for people who are viewing, first time I've seen twerking at an academic event. So. But let's move on to the next scene and the word of healing. So Sarah, tell me something about healing for you in this project.
Yeah, I think, we've both Yaliwe and I have spoken about it, about the embodiedness of theatre and performance, and how when you access felt perception in relation to your particular memories or stories, it offers space for expression. It offers space for healing, but it needs to be very carefully held. So holding and healing are interconnected. For me, one of the most powerful experiences was this idea of being witnessed, or as we have an expressive arts therapist who works with us on the project, and she talks about witnessing, and this idea of your story, finding ways of expressing your story, whether it be through movement, whether it be through song, whether it be through poetry, through performance, through text, dialogue, monologue. This provides space for being witnessed with others. So that's this idea of collaborative meaning making, collaborative sense making. So together, theatre is a collaborative form, and so it can only be done with others. So to have your story witnessed with is very powerful. I think it's a very, very powerful healing experience. And then to be able to take that to the broader public, into a performance that is open to the public, and to tell your story or express your story over and over again, so that you're able to integrate that story differently in your body. Because that story will always be there, right? But through finding ways of expressing it and making sense of it together with others, you're able to take it back in and integrate it differently. So for me, that was time and time again with the project. Those were the powerful moments.
Thank you. And Yaliwe, you said a bit about healing before, but is there anything else that comes to mind in terms of thinking of the practices of healing in the project?
Sorry, my network failed me briefly there. I may have missed something.
Okay, well, I've also just seen we have 3 minutes left. So you've mentioned healing before. So I think we have to come on to something which has, for me personally, been a highlight of your project, which is joy. So this, you're two actually quite serious today for how we usually are, but the meetings are, and the project has been full of movement and pleasure and joy, things we don't necessarily think about when we think about academic research or decolonizing work. So I wondered if you could say something about that. So Yaliwe, let me start with you.
Okay, thank you, Yasmin. I hope my network holds up, just as I thought it was doing fine. It started acting up. But I must say that I hope Sarah get the time to talk about the closing event we had and that moment of creating something together. I'm going to talk about the joy of the difficult conversations we had when we were walking in nature. And so we built into the project art therapy, and we had an art therapist who would come in regularly and hold sessions with us, team building sessions. And one of the things we did was go to a forest and walk through the forest and experience nature together, and then talk about what came up through that. And I just remember sitting under a tree with everybody, and we had raucous laughter, just talking about things that come up in our lives and stories about ourselves and our families. And then the joy of experiencing eating together under the trees and debriefing. And this was at the height of lockdown. So you can imagine that joy of just getting into nature collectively was very, very special, and that memory sticks with me. It was a very joyful. We did that, I think, twice. We got to walk into nature and just be together and reflect.
Okay, Sarah, so the last minute to you.
Our speed talk. So we had a closing retreat at the end of last year, and the same expressive arts therapist Yaliwe was mentioning facilitated. And she did an exercise with us right at the end where she gave us a whole lot of newspaper, and we had to tear it up into small, small bits. So we had great joy with music playing, tearing this up. And then she gave us 15 minutes to make something. And we had string and newspaper, and I think that was it, and masking tape. And we put this thing together, and we put this thing together, and right at the end, a snake emerged, a coiled up snake, which is such a powerful, powerful image, right? It's an image of transformation. It's a beautiful image. And there was so much joy in that moment. And I think I've said what I can do in 1 minute.
Yeah, more than. Thank you both. And wishing you well. I know you've still got bits and pieces to do with the project, but thank you so much for everything that you've brought to GlobalGRACE.
Thank you, Yasmin. Thank you, Yaliwe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
On the other side of longing is dread, a guttering candle, than kiss that glints
on the skin, sharp flecks from a wish, to the gross moon that bloods on one.
And devours in a manner that resembles neither hunger or desire, only
bearing the aftermath of mourning, bearing the weight of what remains.
Dreams come over me and refuse to sleep, even after a conceited cup of chamomile.
It is 3 a.m. The void sits on the still, eluding rest, the restive crest of waves, tungkong langit.
Outside, someone is selling salvation, calls out an offer. Even if I look out the window, I can't afford.
Reaching into my pocket, I palm a curious trinket, bronzen memory we once shared.
As you ripple further away, I intuit gold. One is more pristine when alone.
Prayer is a special pleading, let strength swallow rain and cup, salt and fingers, nothing else.
But the tender unlearning of your body, this slow death by water, I should not have feigned.
Why dip fingers into a parched baptismal font? Mouth, this ring of stains, rust, tea, daybreak, a thirst I raise.
To my own lips to bless memory, beyond metal and the sky that cannot return.
Thirst.
On the other side of longing is dread, a guttering candle, than kiss that glints
on the skin, sharp flecks from a wish, to the gross moon that bloods on one.
And devours in a manner that resembles neither hunger nor desire, only
bearing the aftermath of mourning, bearing the weight of what remains.
Dreams come over me and refuse to sleep, even after a conceited cup of chamomile.
It is 3 a.m. The void sits on a sill, eluding rest, the restive crest of waves, tungkong langit.
May naglalakong kaligtasan sa labas, tumatawag alok, dungawin may di mabili.
Umukot sa bulsa ngunit iba ang nakapa, tansong alaala na pinagsaluhang minsan.
Habang patuloy kang umaalunsina, may bulawang pakiramdam, higit na nagiging wagas sa pag-iisa.
Prayer is a special pleading, let strength swallow rain and tongue, salt and fingers, nothing else.
But the tender unlearning of your body, this slow death by water, I should not have feigned.
Why dip fingers into a parched baptismal font? Mouth, this ring of stains, rust, tea, daybreak, a thirst I raise.
To my own lips to bless memory, beyond metal and the sky that cannot return.
Wow.
Everyone, welcome to Catherine Hahn, and welcome back, Norman. We're going to talk about the work that you have done with the Space Invading project. I just thought I'd start off by inviting you to introduce yourself, talk a little bit about your work and what led you to those areas of the project.
Okay, I can begin. Yes, this project started as a request. I was asked by Sarah Wajid to discuss my book Space Invaders with reference to women leaders in the museum sector. And I hadn't done any research on women in the museum sector, so I asked her, could I possibly speak to a handful of women? And as she's such an enabler and connector, I interviewed 5 women, fairly senior in the museum sector of the UK, and then presented this research at the Imperial War Museum. And in that presentation, it became obvious that people needed to have these conversations. They wanted to have more conversations about their experiences on the questions of gender, race, and sexuality in the sector. So jump forward from that moment to then we started this segment of the GlobalGRACE project. And as the audience might know, Siobhan did most of the interviews with women in the senior civil service in the UK, and at least 30, plus a survey, plus lots of focus groups. And I've done mainly interviews with women of colour in the museum sector. And Tiggy's extended this in a different way. Sorry, we call Tiggy, Catherine, we call her Tiggy. It's familial kinship that appears through intellectual projects. And I'll let Catherine introduce that component.
Oh, so I was invited to join this project because of research I'd done previously. And just to say something about that, in 2005 went to South Africa and I did research on the South African National Gallery. And at that point, my question was really about how do you change this really imperial colonial space? Like, how can space change? And one of the things that was really overtly obvious there was that Black staff members and Black people who were coming in as curators were making the change and really struggling to make change. And a lot of the issues that came up there really resonated with what Nirmal was writing about in Space Invaders. So people having to be the change. And I really wanted to go back to South Africa and actually work with people and speak to people in museums and see what had happened after that really difficult period. So for me, getting this opportunity was fantastic. And I was going to go to lots of museums. I did a big recce in terms of where to look across all the provinces. And then COVID hit. So my interviews were online. And actually, I interviewed, I think it's 14 people now to date. And what's been extraordinary for me is that interviewing online means I have to hear people and hear what they see and say. So actually it's given a really profound, for me, connection with how other people have seen what's been happening in these spaces. So that's kind of where I've got to in terms of where I'm at. And it also led on to then thinking about how do you think about materializing change that people are saying somewhere in other space. So the more creative aspects of this project emerge from that route.
Yeah, absolutely. And for both of you, this is really the kind of, not to say cumulation, because I think it's going to keep going, but this is a continuation of quite long-standing research around, in your case, Catherine, around museum spaces specifically, but Nirmal looking at kind of institutional spaces more broadly, and those constructions of who's welcome where. Have you seen changes? Was there any outcomes of this, this 2018 to 2022 stage of research that's taken you by surprise, particularly in relation to what you might have encountered 10, even 20 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, go to Nirmal, yeah.
Yeah, yes, definitely. There's been a change. So you know, as Siobhan, you've said that I've looked at the somatic norm, how that figure of the somatic norm of a certain white masculinity has continued over time, historically and conceptually, even when different bodies can enter, the somatic norm pervades. And obviously it's a class figure too. And there's been lots of changes. So in the museum sector in the UK, it's a very, if you can use that word, a female workforce. But the top level, especially in the national galleries, there's less of a presence of the women as leaders. And in fact, there's even a particular white European masculinity that dominates those central zones. And they, you know, the women themselves have identified particular routes, particularly from Germany. There's certain trajectories that bring people to those leadership positions. Now, in the regional galleries, you found, Siobhan, that a lot of them are led by women. A lot of them are led by women. But one recent change that's been happening, very, very recent change, I would say, is that there are more and more women of colour in leadership positions in the UK, such as the Wellcome Trust, Innova, and also Sarah Wajid as the co-CEO in Birmingham, the Birmingham Trust. And interestingly, there's a regional issue there as well. In many of our interviews and conversations, we found that women of colour saying you're more likely to get some, you know, way in the Midlands than in London, and I think that's really telling. Not that you know, it's been solved, the issues of racism and gender, but maybe the culture is different in terms of, you know, tensions of class and whiteness. But Catherine, you've also been observing a lot of changes, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the changes were stark, and I don't want to sort of romanticize the field. There's definitely still, you know, a lot of white front of house staff in roles which have more power, and the change, I think, for me has been profound because there's been far more will from the top as well. So there's actually, you know, there's governmental decisions. There's a desire to actually see representation, and also a demand for exhibitions that are more representative, which drives this shift. The things during COVID, particularly for me, were striking. There were people who were running museums with food places within them. There were schools. There were real and religious sites. So places actually seeing themselves as a multifunctional community entity. Seeing that space is really live and full of potential, even when it's closed. And also just the bargaining that people were able to do. I spoke to, and I can't use names here, unfortunately, but a Black museum professional in a private gallery who actually set their own terms when they were offered the employment and just said, only if I have, you know, I'm paraphrasing them, but carte blanche to move on and change things. And then indeed did, and made this big sort of emphasis on the archive. So these kinds of behind the scenes as well. Changes I also saw really as something live, people becoming scientists coming through. So the kinds of things we might not think about, we're thinking of the gallery, were also really shifting. But the other thing I think also, because I was going to say, doing this research and then teaching here in the UK, is there's also been for me a really surprising and an amazing emphasis in terms of students. So both, I taught museums at Goldsmiths before, and now I teach an art history at Kent. And the emphasis that people have not on the kind of debates that used to happen, like, you know, should work be returned, or how do we do this, or can change be made? They're much more rigorous now in terms of, we moved on from that, and students themselves are really pushing for what should museums be and how should they change, which is lovely to teach, I have to say. It makes it.
Yeah, I think that question of where does the change come from is something that came up a lot with interviews with women who work in the museum sector in the UK, and thinking about the creation of not only opportunities but of spaces, of new spaces in which that kind of very classed, very gendered, very racialized norm can be challenged. And for our work, networks were central to that. Networks that were creating opportunities for people to come together. Networks like Detox Museums, which is for museum workers at any level, for people of colour, and then the Women Leaders in Museum Network, which founded quite a long time ago now, it's quite long-standing. And looking at those different models and those creations of networks of solidarity, and also kind of bringing those conversations, the conversations that we're having now, really into the sector. So generating questions. So we've been involved with the group Space Invaders that took their title from Nemo's book, because that was such an inspirational kind of model for them to think about analysing or reflecting on their own spaces. And I think certainly there's reflective questions being raised. Those tensions between, is personal success, is becoming the director of the gallery, the same as or valued in the same way as a sector-wide change in terms of whether that's the who's in roles, who's getting paid for roles, but also the kind of work that's being displayed, the kind of contracts that people are on. So things like precarity and short-term contracts. So just thinking about that point about in a lot of smaller museums, there's a lot of women directors actually now. They're massively overburdened, and they're not only the director, they're also kind of the front of house manager and the accountant, and doing all these different jobs at once. And that was something that came up a lot, just in terms of why is the sector attracting more women? And one of the implications being of our research, and I think women were just bluntly saying themselves, is the pay, that kind of men are not attracted to the sector, because in the same way they might have been in the past, because the pay isn't as good. But on the other hand, it means that the ability for people who are kind of independently wealthy or upper class to go into the museum sector remains there, because the amount of pay they get from their primary job as much. So where do you think you'll be heading next? How will this research continue in the future? Tiki, do you want to start off on that?
Yeah, there's so many strands. What can I say? One of the things that I've been doing with GlobalGRACE is trying to capture and then build on the stories that people tell. And one of the things that I'm really keen on doing is so making imagery that materializes these kinds of changes that are happening, and collecting stories about change, and then building those together with stories that people are wanting to make within the museum space, and then taking these into. So I've got quite a lot of echo on mine. I apologize if this is coming across on the screen. So one of the things was that yes, so to take these ideas that people are offering, all these rich ideas, and then work with people within other museum spaces. So actually take up those museum floors and start to actually think literally about how you make real embedded change. One of the interviewees who I spoke to talked about how she was concerned that she wasn't always able to facilitate homeless people coming into the museum. And it really made me think that she was annoyed because she was already using that practice, but it wasn't fully embedded. And it made me think that it's just not something that lots of museums are thinking about when they think inclusion. Like, it's not an expansive, inclusive space. So, for example, sitting in the space and working through that, at the Tate, for example, on the floor, and thinking how are homeless people able to utilize the space usefully? How else could it be used or formed? So those kinds of things I'm really interested in. Physical, embodied change.
Yeah, I think we started off this conversation this morning, this event this morning, with Yasmin talking about language and discussing the different meanings and weights that words carry. And I think museum is an excellent example of that. That this is a structure of colonial imposition. It's a statement of nationalism in many ways. It's often staking a claim to knowledge, a certain kind of knowledge, a claim to be able to represent ourselves, but particularly other people's. And so it carries all that weight. So that question of what does a different form of museum look like really kind of challenges the whole construction of what that word means to people. Nemo, for you, where's the research going next, or where's the work going next?
Yes, well, we're all writing a book, aren't we? And there are certain pairings, aren't there, in our concepts. So there's an issue of joy, you know, where Siobhan has discussed the joy people feel in work, therefore self-exploitation, and the joy and the pain, and this language of resilience in a climate when funding is so, you know, being slashed left, right, and centre. And also, even though people are, say, with respect to women of colour, are rising to these levels, it doesn't mean the tensions have not gone away. The tensions of the impossibility of being there is still lived. And on top of that, we have a backlash going on, especially in the UK, with this notion of heritage, that people are feeling that we're taking their history away by rethinking it, by putting the facts on the page. And that is really, as you say, Siobhan, embodied by those staff. You know, the discussions on slavery, when they're discussing them in the sector, they're felt, there's a pain there. And there's a legacy that needs to be addressed, which is very, very hard to address in the UK. But yes, for me, it's about, as you say, turning it around, Tiggy, turning it around, you know, pivoting it somewhere else. And it means occupying the space, flash mobs, but it also means we've got to be attentive that we're not only thinking about, you know, rising on the ladder, as you say, Siobhan. So it's got to be vertical and horizontal change. And they don't translate together. I'm especially interested in the quiet activism that's been enacted by women of colour in their roles in bureaucracies, in museums. I just have to end by saying I'm actually sitting in the Compton Verney Museum Gallery now because, and this is a moment, I would say, there's an exhibition called Master G's Photography, a photographer who came from India to Coventry in the 50s and created a studio. And now this is a moment, it's a real moment that these photographs that, you know, on our mantelpieces, in our albums, or we sent to loved ones across the world, transnationally, are now in this old mansion, colonial military mansion. So it's not that we've arrived. I think that's where the conversation's beginning.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that as well. For me, working here, so research here, and like working with the British Museum space, looking at it, one of the things that for me was really striking is that we're not talking about spaces that we are undoing. We're talking about spaces that are constantly remaking this history. You know, I went to the Courtauld a few weeks ago, and the collection has literally been closed. It was going to make a new refab, and then you see the same hierarchical structure reproduced again and cleaned up and smartened up, so it looks even more authentic. And I think it's a tough ask as well. And I think it's really, I think that idea of the struggle and the resilience, for me, one of the things that I think was really powerful in South Africa was the fact that the networks, as you say, Siobhan, the fact that, you know, you pass from one person to another who is actually making change and finding support networks to do this work, which needs doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you both in our own network, our own space of exchange together for the last few years, and I'm looking forward to it continuing. So thank you so much, and see you all soon.
Thank you both. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Some roads we travel on are full of mountains, and through those mountains, you must pass. In those mountains, there are rough, high, small flat roads. Myself and others, we find places on the way so nice and beautiful. We find wanting to stay instead of moving on.
My name is Zoe Black. I'm a migrant sex worker from Zimbabwe. I'm part of the Sex Worker Steering Committee and part of the theatre group as a performer. I think theatre helps us try and end and fight the criminal law that is in South Africa as we are fighting for decriminalization.
You have the right to make a phone call. You have the right to go to the kids' cell. You have the right to nice meal. Did they ask you if you take your medication? Yes, they all into your rights. Do you know your charges?
They cannot hold you for more than 48 hours.
And if you are a transgender woman, you have a right to a single cell. Today I realize that I've got rights. Human rights.
I'm Nicole Adams. I'm a sex worker activist, also part of the sex workers theatre. Yaki Hambeng is only portraying what sex workers were going through in their past life. And why would we choose sex working? Because it gave back our independence of all the trainings who was doing on the stage.
No, send a guy to me to his place and he told me that he likes me. It's not that I come down. Give me mine. What do we call that? What? We call that sex making. Oh, really? Yeah. So I'll never stop doing that because I enjoyed it. I'm gonna do it again.
The Hunger was a theatre performance that showcases kind of our lives and how the struggles sex workers face on a daily basis. It also shows that we're human beings and we did grow up in normal families, but because of the limited choices that we have, we ended up doing sex work. So we use a methodology called physical theatre, where we make movements and shapes and try and make landscapes, animals, whatever we find interesting.
They're going to the government to teach them what is a decriminalizing how they, at the end, they intimidate these sex workers, the police, their harassment with us and the army, especially in the COVID time now. We had a lot of honesty from them, not treating us properly as sex workers in Cape Town. You think you can break my heart? Hell no. You can't break my heart. You just turn my heart into kindness. It is sad to see you breaking my heart because you cannot break my heart. I am thinking about nightmares. Dreams, bad things people do at night. Rape, hijacking, robbery, other evil things. People think they are not seen when they do such things, but at the end, they get catch up. Some are not found. They are left with a guilty conscience.
As well, straight only existing in the dark. The break of dawn makes my soul simple. The mother appoints a reputation to uphold. She is scared of the hidden light strength that is in the light of day. Because my weakness to unbelievable, but discriminalization is told to put all of the stories.
It gave me a chance to share my experience as a sex worker that is HIV positive and give other people hope
and treatment, and tell them that the treatment is the key to live your life.
Shall we start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Phoebe Kisubi-Mbasalaki. I'm a lecturer in sociology at the University of Essex. But prior to that, I worked as a postdoctoral fellow on the GlobalGRACE project with the Cape Town team who presented earlier. But I'm here to talk to my colleague and friend, Andrea Gil, who was a postdoctoral researcher on the GlobalGRACE project in Brazil. So over to you, Andrea, to introduce yourself and your team.
Bom dia, good morning from Rio de Janeiro. So nice to see you again, Phoebe. Hello, everyone here with us. I'm really happy to be part of these ongoing conversations. I'm going to try and share a little bit about what some of our reflections, end of project reflections from the Brazil team, where I had the opportunity to work with 4 different partners. We had the Observatório de Favelas do Rio de Janeiro with the primary interlocution of Isabella Souza, as well as Uniperiferias, Instituto Maria João Aleixo, partner to the Observatory of Favelas, also with Instituto Pro Mundo, together with Tatiana Moura, and our university partners, also where I'm at, the Instituto de Relações Internacionais da PUC-Rio, together with my colleague Marta Fernandes. So today I'll try to bring some of the ongoing questions that have come up along our work together these last number of years, and no doubt the questions that will persist for ongoing collaborations.
Thank you, Andrea. Great team, and I look forward to unpacking some of your work here in this conversation. So the first discussion will interrogate from the emergence to the center, the title of our conversation here, but also the title or focus on your specialist class. I'm wondering if you can interrogate this a little bit and tell us what this means to your work. How did you make it happen, and what kind of infrastructure was needed to ensure this happened?
Thanks so much for the question, Phoebe. I will try and share the screen here to see our specialist class that posed this challenge, that cut across a lot of our work from margins to center. So I remember 4 years ago when the project was starting, Phoebe, we had a lot of conversations and debriefs about our experiences working in peripheralized and marginalized territories where interventions always come from the outside in. And whether in sort of development-like projects or through traditional educational methods, we see again and again the kind of marginality being reproduced through the need for external mediation, through paternalistic prescriptions, and so on. And so this is a kind of challenge that we constantly deal with, right? So one of the ways that we tried to deal with this in the Brazilian team was experimenting with artistic residency methodologies. And the idea of the artistic residency methodologies is essentially to challenge many of these sort of top-down unilateral approaches to social transformation, and create a kind of environment necessary in order that each person can assume autonomy over their own research processes, identify, the problems and potential solutions that make sense for them and through the languages that they have access, and create their own systems of reference. So a lot of the culmination of these experimentations in artistic residency methodologies, there were a number. We had Masculinidade no Bela with Jimmy. We had the Passinho Carioca residency that you've already seen, the video dance that came from that. And a lot of this started to build toward the consolidation of the Free School of Arts, ELAN, a Escola Livre de Artes, where we had the opportunity to systemize a lot of these artistic residency methodologies. So in this context, we had 12 artists from Rio de Janeiro's favelas and peripheries that essentially were part of a collective experiment, where each person was sort of encouraged to take on their own processes, but through a sort of shared collective agenda, right? So in the 2020-2021 residency, the agenda was to rethink masculinities through an intersectional perspective. So in a way, the idea is that taking on sort of their own artistic processes through their own artistic supports, each person could redimension, the research agenda, the kinds of questions, the kind of approaches to masculinities that make sense, but in relation to other people also, doing this kind of work, because as we know, autonomy only makes sense in relation, So in contrast to a lot of sort of individual notions of empowerment, the artistic residency methodologies is a way to try and retrain these relationships, right? And this includes educators, curators, artists, in order to enable this effective recentering, right? So that each person can develop approaches to dealing with shared problems, on their own terms. So that was a bit about what we tried to do. And in this specialist class, we map out some of these dilemmas and invite people to also experiment with some of these mapping approaches to think about the kinds of infrastructure necessary to develop, this kind of collective autonomy that we've been talking about.
Thank you for that, Andrea. And before COVID hit, I was lucky enough to visit Rio de Janeiro and spend some time with Andrea and one specific residency. Are you going to show us something?
Where you were in Rio de Janeiro when you came, so people can have a visual. The Galpão Bela Maré.
Was that it then, or do you have something else to add there?
No, just to get people situated.
So yeah, like I was saying, interrupting what Andrea was showing in the background, that was Bella Mare, which I was lucky enough to visit, saying before COVID hit, and visiting one particular residency around graffiti work, which was really interesting. But during that, around recentering that you mentioned, but during that visit as well, we both attended a conference in Sao Paulo, Andrea, and one of the conversations, or the center of our focus of conversation, was around collaboration, or collaboration as a praxis, or if you like, and perhaps you can reflect a bit on the interinstitutional and international collaboration around NGO academic, the Global North, Global South, researcher researched. So yeah, can you take that on, please?
Yes, indeed. These have been ongoing conversations. Yeah, as I was sort of put in the beginning, of our conversations by Yasmin, we're talking about a lot of different experiments. Yeah, in the kinds of collaborations that's possible. So I do remember that conference that we went to in Sao Paulo, the feminist conference, trying to think about collaboration and the kinds of collaboration that's possible. And I remember what we talked a lot about at that moment is that there's this idea, often romanticized idea of collaboration as something along the lines of working, with, working for certain ends in ways that can oftentimes conceal inherited hierarchies. Yeah, so hierarchies, academy, NGO, north, south, and the kinds of racial and gender and territorial hierarchies that cut across all of our work. Yeah. And so I remember at that time, we were experimenting as well with the possibility of thinking collaboration as a kind, in the criminal sense also, when we talk about when you collaborate or you're complicit, with and against, specifically talking about possibilities of breaking pacts of domination and cultures of doing, yeah. So in this sense, it became really important, in a lot of our experimentations as a team here in Brazil, to mark impossibilities as well as possibilities as a way to reorient pathways for collaboration, yeah, to see what kind of infrastructure we actually have to be able to collaborate or not. And sometimes we don't have that infrastructure. And so collaboration or partnership may not be possible, but complicity may be, yeah. So I think it's really in the everyday where we get a feel for the kinds of challenges that we're talking about. Yeah. So for example, when we're talking about collaboration between NGOs and the academy, one of the things that really becomes very present is that, these are institutions that have very different times, very different rhythms, very different temporalities of doing things. Yeah. So NGOs oftentimes in conditions of doing the work that's effectively of the state through precarized funding, jumping from project to project. So always responding to yesterday's demands. Yeah. And the academy has its own time cycle, oftentimes much slower. Yeah. So this is something that we need to be really aware of, because when we're responding to our own times and on demands, it's so easy to run over, people situated institutionally and socially in other places with different times and demands, whether it be, NGO academy, north, south, or, in the many norths and the many souths, internal as well as legacies of colonialism and internal colonialism. So taking these kinds of power relations seriously in our everyday work made it that we had to rethink the key concepts guiding our work. So for talking about gender violence, for example, it became impossible to deal with gendered violence and masculinities without dealing with state violence, which is essentially what structures the fields and the languages and the grammars through which gendered forms are made manifest. Yeah, so we're talking about a country where every 23 minutes, one Black youth is assassinated. So it doesn't make sense to talk about oftentimes what comes in as internally imposed projects to talk about, pacifying third world men and empowering third world women without thinking about the relational aspect of this violence, without thinking about how many of the same people that are oftentimes targeted as responsible for gender-based violence are also the primary targets of state violence. So dealing with this constant alignment and realignment of research agendas and action agendas made it that we were able to rethink what it means to collaborate and do this in a way that's responsive, to the kinds of priorities and demands that each of us sort of need to respond to from our own place, on our own time.
Thank you for that. And did you have something to show us around this or not?
Yeah, if we could share screen, I can actually open up here some of the different installations where we try to highlight the ways that this kind of collaboration, happens. So the educative team of Galpão Bela Maré, of the Observatório de Favelas, took on this really powerful work of transforming our exhibition projects into educative projects for nearby schools and publics and so on. And so this is a way as well that displaces the academy in its function of mediating, of translating, of interpreting. And so a lot of different actions that we share here in the museum are some of the different social media, transformations of the educative project, videos, storytelling, and a lot of different ways that one aspect of our project fed into another, and each thing that we did served multiple purposes for multiple people. And sometimes the purpose that it served for the academy wasn't the same purpose that it served for NGO partners or for other people involved. And that openness to recognize the multiplicity of circulations possible of our work was really important to consolidate the kind of trust and collaboration necessary in these contexts where so many hierarchies are reproduced in the fields of our work.
Indeed, I think that indeed is food for thought, and not just in relation to the kind of work we've been doing, but thinking through future processes around complicitness. But indeed, I recall various conversations around the impossibilities of collaboration and time. And I think, I missed the South African presentation, unfortunately, because I was busy teaching. But we encountered a collision around time during our closing event as well, where the university was on its own time and the NGO and the sex workers. So these kinds of processes were still playing out even at the end, regardless of being conscious and trying to work through these impossibilities. So perhaps moving on to the specificities, and then I'll look at the comments and see if there's any questions there coming in. Perhaps would you like to touch on methodologies of knowledge production with specific focus on embodied methodologies through your artistic interventions that were cognizant of social transformations and recentering?
Yes, thanks for that question, Phoebe. Yeah, so once we set up all the infrastructure, as sort of talked a bit about in the first question, and renegotiate the terms of collaboration, as we talked about, in your second question, the third step is how are we going to do what we do? And so here I'm going to share the introductory model of our course that we developed for the GlobalGRACE online course, which really speaks to what you and the South African team have been working as embodied methodologies, embodied maps, and the term that we developed here is this idea of a body that thinks, corpo que pensa. Already this title, you say it and it generates some noise, yeah, because we are so accustomed to thinking about body and mind as separate processes. So the idea of training a body that thinks, is really the challenge that we as a Brazilian team have been facing from the very beginning in an attempt to not privilege inherited modes of knowledge production, where the academy maintains itself in the center in sort of legitimating what's considered, valid or invalid kinds of knowledge. So it's been an experiment to continue to use this term. This module that we offer up is a way of actually opening up the processes that we went through as a team here. So it actually came about in a really spontaneous way when in our 2020 dance residency, where you actually saw the video dance at the beginning, in the laboratories of creation of the performance, one of the artistic residency, Ayeshka Souza, with the support of our two facilitators, Andresa Jorge and Simone Alves, proposed a sort of warm-up exercise, really similar in a way to what Sado was developing, as a touch-in before we begin our work with the breathing exercises, where we're trying to wake up the body, but in a way that focuses on the alignments and disalignments between body, mind, and spirit. So we actually were really lucky that day to have people recording. And so the sound object that's on our introductory course is from that day, from the warm-up exercise, which ended up actually becoming one of the scenes of the video dance, where Ayeshka provides a series of stimulus for us to move our bodies thinking in certain ways. So it starts with think like a man, walk like a man, dance like a man, and a number of other expected and unexpected things to do while you're sort of channeling, a way that a man, whatever that means to you, would do, and isolating each part of the body. So isolating first, your feet, and then moving up to your knees and your hips and your shoulders and your head, and it's something that seems a bit complicated when you talk about it, because you're like, how do you walk like a man with your head? It's like, what? That would make no sense. But the idea is that in the isolation of each part of your body, while you're thinking, while you're channeling something, certain alignments and disalignments are revealed, right? And then after this, she proposes to do all that thinking like a woman. And the same sort of walk like a woman, work like a woman, and so on. And then in the final moment of the exercise, very unexpectedly, it's think like a person. And so in the contrast of all of these exercises, we see how much our body stores ideas, sometimes that we don't rationally agree with. And so this is a kind of a research process as well. So this idea of embodied knowledges that has cut across a lot of our experimentations with the Brazilian team, in a way also speaks to the wager on arts. So the wager on arts.
We have to, unfortunately, wrap up. We're running out of time. Yes. But your last thoughts, please.
I was just closing with this idea that our wager on arts is really about democratizing, these research processes and debates, but it's also about broadening our modes of perception, broadening our imagination, dealing with the limits of a lot of sort of rationalizing approaches that don't get at inconsistencies, cynicism, contradictions, and to rethink about the kinds of transformations that are actually necessary. So it's a bit about that.
Indeed. Oh, thank you so much for that. I mean, this could go on for a while, but we've run out of time, and but lots of connection with South Africa, and I think that has been alluded to by those who presented about it. But thank you so much, and thank you everybody for listening. Bye.
Thanks so much, Phoebe. Thanks everyone.
কাজে গেলে টাকা পয়সা কম দেয় এই যে জায়গা করে নেই এই জন্য অনারিস কমায় দেয় তিরিশ টাকা লাগে দিন সমান কাজ সমান মজুরি সাইরাম কাজ মানে আমরা কাম বানতে বল সকাল 8টা থেকে বিকাল 5টা পর্যন্ত 7টা 7:30 পর্যন্ত করি আমরা লাগে সুবিধাও আর ওটা রাত বড় না করা আমরা লাগে আমরা তো ওভার টাইম পাই না
কামের জায়গায় নির্দিষ্ট সময় চাই
বেশি কাজ করলে এটা বলন টাকা দেয় না ওভার টাইমে টাকা দেয় না কমাই দেয় টাকা আনলে যাবো এই টাকা যখন নাই ওভার টাইম করাইলে পয়সা দেয় না অতিরিক্ত কামের অতিরিক্ত মজুরি চাই কাজে গেলে ক্ষতিপূরণ দিতে মানুষ অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হলে তারা দিত সবাই তো দেয় না
কামের জায়গায় দুর্ঘটনা ঘটিলে ক্ষতিপূরণ চাই মালিকের ওই কন্ট্রাক্টদারের আমরা ক্ষতিপূরণ চাই
কাজের জায়গায় ব্যবহার ভালো থাকতো ব্যবহার ভালো হইলে কাম করতে মজা লাগে কাজের মানে মিস্ত্রিরা পরিবেশ ভালো হইলে কাজ করতে ভালো হইব কামের জায়গা মিস্ত্রিরা মহিলার সাথে খারাপ ব্যবহার করলে বিচার চাই কামের জায়গায় কোনো দুর্ঘটনা হইতো না করে আগে থাকতে ব্যবস্থা আছে কামের জায়গা মালিকে এক বেলা খাবার দিতে হবে কামের জায়গায় ছোট ছোট 2 বার বিরতি চাই
কামের গুড়িতে বিভিন্ন ধরনের সমস্যা এড়াতে পরিচয়পত্র চাই
আর বাংলা ঘরে থাকি পরিবেশ ভালো করতাম চাই বালা বাড়ি ঘুরাইতাম ভালো একটা ঘর তুলতাম মনে করি বেতন বাড়াই রে আমরা তো রুম ভাড়া দিতে পারলাম না বালা রুম দিলাম বালা বাসা বাড়ি ঘুরতে থাকতাম চাই বালা কাপড় চোপড় কিনতাম কম টাকায় বালা করে থাকতে চাই বইয়া খাইতে কাজের জায়গা বাড়িতে মানে খাবার পানি আর বাথরুম চাই কত দিয়ে কত রাখুন না তারা তো না করলে যাওয়া এক জায়গা তো আর এক জায়গা পেয়ে যাবে
কাজের জায়গায় যত টাকা পুরে নিবে কাজের পরে এত টাকা ঠিকাদারকে দিতে হবে
যার স্বামী তো কাজে জানা জানা হিসাবে ফেরত আহে কথা মনে না সব ক্ষেত্রে নারী পুরুষ সমান অধিকার চাই কাজ পাইনে 1 দিন যাইলে 3 দিন যাইতে পারি না আমরা শ্রমিক ঠিকাদাররা লাগে একটা সম্মতি চাই
Hola. Hola, buenos días. Aquí en Brasil, en Río, ya es buenas tardes, mas imagino que ahí están en Chiapas, ¿cierto? Son buenos días aún. Entonces, buenos días.
Buenos días, Marta.
Hola Marta, hola Bella.
Bueno,
Buenas tardes.
Bueno, yo quisiera empezar un poco hablando de nuestra primera experiencia conjunta, que fue en Londres en 2018, en nuestro primer encuentro del GlobalGRACE, y desde entonces hemos notado una serie de cuestiones, de elementos comunes en nuestras apuestas políticas, en los problemas que atraviesan tanto Brasil como México, o como América Latina en general. Entonces voy a empezar haciendo algunas preguntas para Aldo. ¿Qué elementos comunes descubrieron en los contextos de Brasil y de México? ¿Y qué apuestas o estrategias decidieron generar a partir de estos conocimientos?
Gracias, Marta. Bueno, decir que donde estamos nosotros en Chiapas, en la organización Voces Mesoamericanas, trabajamos con contextos en personas que viven una crisis constante de empobrecimiento que afecta en el desarrollo de su vida de toda forma. Si bien algo que notamos y que pudimos abordar con el equipo de Brasil durante la realización de este proyecto, en un primer momento, fue darnos cuenta de cómo pues estos modelos globales de violencia, económicos, políticos, están implantados en toda América Latina y nos afectan de maneras parecidas. Creo que un elemento importante en Brasil fue reconocer también esta diversidad de pueblos indígenas que existen en la región, poder comenzar a hablar también de todos los pueblos afrodescendientes, también en México presentes. Entonces, de alguna manera fue tener una aproximación de todas las problemáticas que se viven en México y en Brasil también desde una lógica ya de mucha organización social y política por parte de estos grupos. Creo que este fue uno de los elementos que nos permitió conectar entre los equipos, porque nos dimos cuenta que las realidades y lo que intentábamos cambiar aspiraba a un modelo de justicia social, es decir, en el que todas y todos pudiéramos estar viviendo y coexistiendo en paz y en armonía. Creo que a partir de estas apuestas fue importante lograr entre ambos equipos conectarnos y poder mostrar lo que ocurre en Brasil, en México, y mostrar lo que ocurre en México, en Brasil, para que hubiera una conexión. Hay una barrera que es el idioma entre el portugués y el español, pero creo que esa poco a poco se pudo superar gracias al reconocimiento de problemáticas similares, violencia, discriminación, violencias de género, lo que se vive en Brasil, lo que se vive en México, pero también se pudo conectar desde las propias apuestas de cada una de nuestras organizaciones, de nuestros equipos, de nuestros espacios, darnos cuenta que estábamos construyendo apuestas comunes que apuntaran a la paz, que apuntaran a la justicia, que apuntaran a darle voz a quienes no tienen voz. Creo que eso podría ser.
Sí, de acuerdo, Aldo. Yo creo que a pesar, aunque tenemos idiomas distintos, acabamos hablando el portuñol, ¿no? Que nos unió, y es eso. Yo creo que también, aunque vosotros estaban más conectados con el ambiente rural, indígena, y nosotros con el ambiente urbano, de las poblaciones afrodiaspóricas, nosotros conseguimos vislumbrar una serie de opresiones que atravesaban esos contextos. Opresiones y violencias, como tú dijiste, interseccionales, de raza, de género, de sexualidad, de territorio, y también yo creo que un elemento que nos conectó mucho fue también que pudimos ver las luchas, ¿no? Y cómo las luchas se cruzaban, las luchas por reexistencia, por justicia social, y para usar el término del proyecto, por culturas de igualdad en América Latina, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que fue muy importante que realizásemos el PCE, que es este seminario que hicimos conjuntamente Brasil y México. Bueno,
sí, yo creo que fue muy, muy importante que pudiéramos entre los dos países latinoamericanos tener estas coincidencias y mirar nuestras realidades, ¿no? Conjuntas. Y yo creo que algo que nos pasó y que compartimos muy cercanamente fueron nuestras apuestas metodológicas, nuestras apuestas pedagógicas, ¿no? Para nosotras desde acá, desde México, pues obviamente la educación popular desde Paulo Freire es un referente fundamental en todo lo que hacemos, ¿no? Todas las luchas brasileñas de los pueblos diversos, urbanos y rurales, y su referente teórico y pedagógico de Paulo Freire, pues ha sido muy importante en nuestro quehacer cotidiano. Y bueno, en ese sentido yo también quisiera preguntarle a Marta cuáles fueron las metodologías pedagógicas que ustedes desarrollaron en el proyecto de GlobalGRACE, y cómo crees que estas metodologías han impactado en ustedes como equipo a nivel personal o a nivel de organización.
Sí, bueno, gracias, Leia. Yo creo que primero nosotros no llegamos con metodologías como listas, porque no creemos en esta idea de una metodología universal que pueda ser testada ahí con las comunidades. De cierta forma, entonces, no partimos de esta idea, ¿no? Del sur global o de esos territorios como territorios que apenas de algún modo reciben, ¿no? Metodologías o teorías, pero que también son productores, ¿no? De conocimientos, de saber. Entonces yo creo que algo que aproxima mucho nuestras equipos tiene que ver con algo que con una idea, por ejemplo, que transita mucho en el Observatorio de Favelas, que es el paradigma de la potencia. O sea, no mirar para esos territorios como territorios apenas de violencia, de ausências, de pobreza, pero también como territorios de creatividad, de inventividad, de potencia. O sea, como que el arte es una herramienta democrática, que va a posibilitar justamente la expresión de estas sensibilidades y contribuir para la transformación social, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que nuestras metodologías fueron construidas mucho en conjunto, de una forma colectiva, ¿no? Con los participantes entendiendo o compreendendo, que ellos, enquanto hacían arte, enquanto bailaban, enquanto hacían el grafite, estaban produzindo conhecimento, estaban produzindo saber. Entonces se hizo mucho a partir de los procesos. Es claro que teníamos que tener los productos, y eso obviamente generó una negociación de temporalidades, porque una es la temporalidad de ahí, de los procesos, del territorio, de las demandas efectivas de él, y la otra sabemos que son las demandas del proyecto, de la academia, ¿no? Entonces fueron todas negociaciones, ¿no? Que tuvieron que ser hechas cotidianamente, en el proyecto. Y claro, y tú citaste Paulo Freire, ¿no? Que es una referencia en términos, de uma pessoa que estuvo envolta com a educação popular, né, em termos de transformação, e as experiências que tivemos aí, né, em Chiapas, também me recordou muito o Paulo Freire, e mesmo, né, Augusto Boal, do Teatro do Oprimido, para o qual o arte no, tiene una dimensión política, ¿no? La nuestra apuesta fue esta, la arte como una herramienta política de transformación del mundo, de la realidad, y no apenas un reflejo de esta realidad.
Claro. Sí, a mí me gusta mucho esto que ustedes nombran como el paradigma de la potencia. Para nosotras es como la posibilidad, ¿no? Esa fuerza que tiene la posibilidad de hacer haciendo. Nosotros también decimos, tenemos ciertas propuestas pedagógicas y metodológicas, pero la verdad es que se construye cuando estás con las personas haciendo, ¿no? Haciendo en gerundio, que se va construyendo todo el tiempo. Y eso puede ser a veces una cuestión que puede provocar ciertos nervios porque no tienes todo bajo control, ¿no? Y algo que tenemos que aprender cuando se trabaja en este tipo de procesos es que tenemos que aprender a no tener todo bajo control, a que la incertidumbre también es parte de asumir que las cosas se van a ir moviendo y que al final las personas van a responder de muchas maneras y de maneras muy creativas a lo que se vaya presentando, ¿no? Y eso a mí me parece que es para ustedes una potencia, para nosotros una posibilidad de transformación y que siempre inspira. A mí me parece que siempre cuando estamos con los procesos y con las personas hay una sorpresa, ¿no? Esta capacidad de sorprendernos por la capacidad que tenemos de inventarnos nuevas formas de resistir y de crear. Y pues bueno, en ese sentido, Marta, yo quería también preguntarte, ¿cuáles recuerdas que son como los principales momentos de intercambio que hemos tenido entre los equipos de México y Brasil?
Yo creo que uno de ellos fue justamente el PCE, ¿no? Que llamamos PCE, que fue llamado Percursos Creativos de Cultura de Igualdad, que nos reunimos en Río de Janeiro y que terminó con samba en el Galpón Bela Maré, y tuvimos la posibilidad también de este intercambio con el MUMI, que foi para o Galpão Bela Maré, Museu Migrante allá de Chiapas. E também tivemos uma oportunidade de irmos, eu, Isabela e Andrea, para Chiapas, e para México, para Ciudad de México. Quedamos 10 dias allá, tivemos a oportunidade de conhecer melhor o trabalho feito por vozes mesoamericanas, e também participamos de um taller de teatro com uma comunidade indígena, com ninhos, e pudimos ver realmente, ¿no? Como tu dijiste, ¿no? En la práctica, en el hacer, ¿no? Como que el teatro ahí se conectaba con las experiencias, con la vida diaria, con el lenguaje cotidiano, ¿no? De aquellos niños. O sea, los niños y nosotros como actores, y los niños como protagonistas, ¿no? de sus vidas y generando este proceso, ¿no? Como tú dijiste, de sorpresa, que de facto, inúmeras situaciones que vivenciamos allá me causó esta sorpresa de lo que podríamos construir colectivamente. Y como ahí se experimentó justamente invenciones, salidas, ese proceso de invención, ¿no? Y de fabricación de la vida. Entonces fue muy importante. Y después Andrea también se quedó más tiempo, ¿no? Con ella y con Aldo y con todos, participando del encuentro transnacional de juventud migrante, que también fue muy, muy importante, ¿no? Entonces me gustó ver esta troca, ¿no? esta experiencia pedagógica y conjunta.
Sí, yo solo agregaría ahí del intercambio del PCE, que creo que fue bien importante construir la metodología juntos, o sea, como diseñar a quienes invitábamos, ¿no? Que nosotros decíamos, para nosotros es que era importante que hubiera referentes de los pueblos originarios en Brasil, ¿no? Para nosotros es muy importante conocer la realidad de las personas afrodescendientes. También me parece que un acierto que fue bien interesante fue poder meter dentro del PCE a nosotras mismas el cuerpo, ¿no? O sea, que no solo era vamos a hablar y vamos a hacer conferencias y pláticas y talleres, sino también es vamos a bailar nosotros, vamos a pintar nosotras, vamos a hacer cartografía nosotras, ¿no? Creo que eso nos coloca a nosotros como equipos de investigación, de organizaciones o academia, nos coloca en otro lugar, ¿no? No en esto que de la educación popular es importante, no estamos fuera del proceso, estamos dentro del proceso y necesitamos vivenciarlo en cuerpo propio, ¿no? Con el corazón puesto ahí también.
Bueno, entonces, aprovechando que estás hablando, ¿no? del cuerpo y cómo estuvo presente en nuestros encuentros y el afecto también, quería preguntarte, ¿cuál es este papel del cuerpo, del arte, de los afectos en esta apuesta pedagógica de su equipo y de las organizaciones?
Sí, a mí este es un tema que en lo particular me apasiona mucho, porque creo que una apuesta política en todo lo que hacemos tiene que ver con volver a situar al sujeto, a las personas, en toda su dignidad. Y eso tiene que ver con poner en el centro lo que estamos sintiendo, lo que estamos pensando, con poner el cuerpo también, ¿no? Creo que parte de los procesos históricos de colonización tiene que ver con que justamente nos han prohibido sentir, nos han prohibido disfrutar, nos han prohibido crear, ¿no? Entonces, que podamos poner en nuestras pedagogías, en nuestras metodologías de investigación, eso en el centro es volver a situar al sujeto en toda su dignidad y en toda su expresión. Para nosotras, algo que hemos descubierto en estos procesos con los pueblos es que tenemos que recuperar todos los días la capacidad de disfrutar la vida, ¿no? Porque en medio de tanta violencia, de tanto dolor, de tanta muerte, de tantas cosas que lastiman, recuperar nuestra capacidad de divertirnos, de sentir placer, nos posibilita tener esperanza. Y cuando una se siente con esperanza es capaz de construir muchas cosas y es capaz de transformar la vida. Y eso solamente se puede hacer en colectividad, ¿no? Creemos que cuando estamos con nosotros y las otras poniendo el cuerpo, creando, disponiéndonos a decir lo que sentimos, es cuando podemos construir algo diferente. Y, por ejemplo, ahorita en la pandemia, con todo lo que nos ha pasado, sí sentimos que algo que posibilitó sostenernos en medio de la pandemia fueron los afectos. Fue la capacidad de vincularnos con otros, fue la capacidad de darnos la mano, de darnos ternura, ¿no? A través de las pantallas, pero de poder decir cómo nos sentimos, tener la capacidad de decir que nos sentimos mal, tener la posibilidad de decir que estamos tristes, enojados, fastidiados y poder sostenernos con los otros, ¿no? Creo que hoy más que nunca necesitamos reivindicar que necesitamos hablar de lo que nos pasa, de ver cómo está nuestro corazón para poder sostenernos en los vínculos. En medio de toda esta atrocidad que vivimos, es fundamental volver a poner en el centro la capacidad de crear a través del arte y la capacidad de expresar eso que sentimos que nos pasa, y con todo esto poder construir pues otras formas, ¿no? De habitar el mundo de una manera pues más digna.
Gracias, Delia. Y una pregunta para poder ir cerrando, tal vez solamente preguntarles, aparte de los planes que podamos tener como Equipo México, Equipo Brasil para el futuro, y porque evidentemente este proyecto algo que nos deja es este vínculo que podamos hacer nuevamente entre nuestras organizaciones, grupos y personas. Al final creo que eso es una riqueza grande de este proyecto. Yo les preguntaría por último, ¿Cuál podría ser un recuerdo que cada una de ustedes tenga muy presente de este momento, de lo que ha implicado este proyecto y qué les trae ese recuerdo a ustedes?
Bueno, yo creo que el recuerdo, y voy a continuar en esto que Bea está diciendo, dice mucho respecto no a un evento o a un momento específico, pero al afecto, o sea, a todo esta dimensión que, enfim, estamos, por lo menos en nuestra sociedad, acostumbrados a que el cuerpo sea algo que esté conectado con el capital, con el trabajo, movimientos repetitivos, y pudimos realmente ¿no? ampliar las posibilidades para hablar de posibilidades y potencias, ¿no? de nuestros cuerpos como instrumentos del saber. Entonces, hasta me acuerdo de una canción latinoamericana que es de Violeta Parra, que es Volver a los 17, cuando ella dice, lo que puede el sentimiento no lo ha podido el saber. Y después ella dice, solo el amor con tu ciencia nos vuelve tan inocentes. Entonces, yo creo que eso es el recuerdo y espero continuar otros proyectos con vosotros.
Tú, Aldo, compártenos un recuerdo y una canción. Y ya.
Creo que el recuerdo importante es solamente el de entre todo, pero el poder haber convivido el equipo México en la favela y el poder haber vivido de cerca con una familia esta realidad que implica la marginación, lo que implica la periferia, lo que implica las orillas, creo que ha sido algo de lo que más logró nutrirme a mí en términos de nuestro trabajo, y también dentro de toda esta desesperanza, la construcción de las personas de sus propias formas de esperanza y de motivación por seguir luchando y por seguir viviendo. Creo que eso sería algo de lo más importante, y una canción que utilizamos durante todo este periodo, que siempre y creo que ahora toma más fuerza cuando conoces otro lado, la canción de Latinoamérica de Calle 13, creo que toma mucho más sentido en cuanto a la lucha, en cuanto a los sentidos de sin perdón, sino perdonamos, no olvidamos, estamos en la lucha. Creo que eso será algo permanente de las personas en Latinoamérica. Eso, gracias.
Pues gracias por compartir. Nos seguimos viendo.
Hasta luego.
Gracias. Hasta luego.
Venezuela, co-investigador académico acá en México. Bueno, nuestro proyecto se llama Por el Buen Vivir y el Buen Migrar, creando culturas de igualdad a través del Museo Migrante en los Altos de Chiapas. Es un proyecto que vincula las cuestiones pedagógicas y artísticas para crear incidencia en las comunidades. GlobalGRACE ha ayudado de una manera significativa, en primer lugar uniendo la cuestión académica con las actividades que se realizan desde la ONG. Por otro lado, ha fortalecido las dinámicas y los procesos con los que se trabaja a través del MUMI, del Museo Migrante, y también ha hecho redes que fortalecen entre distintos países, entre distintas ONGs, entre distintas academias, temas en común que estamos trabajando, cada uno a partir de...
Hello, I am Carlo Paolo Pacolor, and I was a fellow for fiction in the GlobalGRACE LGBTQ National Writers Workshop in 2019. To be part of a national writers workshop dedicated to LGBTQ writing is just that. The joy and pleasure of being among other LGBTQ writers and the joy and pleasure of such fellowship. We LGBTQs usually say something along the lines of as a lesbian or as a gay guy, as our introduction when we present something of us in the world. I would say as a gender non-conforming, non-binary person and proceed to say this and that, but being in the company and being surrounded by folks that utter and dream of a different worlding and desiring that need no such introduction is something close to being home as an individual and as a part of a sprawling, shifting collective. GlobalGRACE affirmed that for me, aside from being someone who writes, but as someone who sees and lives their life queerly. So, thank you, GlobalGRACE, for that.
Hello, all the way from Manila. My name is Alfonso Manalastas, and I would like to both congratulate and thank the team behind the GlobalGRACE project, not only in the Philippines, but around the world. It is such a great accomplishment. We've been able to create this little community that we've built, and it's such an honor for me to have been a part of this whole journey, not only as a fellow of the National Writers Workshop in the Philippines, but also as a mentor for the recently concluded Artist Residency program. And I look forward to seeing all the great projects that can sprout from everyone in the community, not just the team behind the GlobalGRACE project, but everyone that the GlobalGRACE project has been able to touch and has been able to help nurture and cultivate. It is a great reminder that global solidarity is possible, not only based on our shared experiences, but also based on our shared passions. And this is something that the project has been able to nurture. Thank you.
GlobalGRACE means family. GlobalGRACE means increasing my capacity as well as the capacity of my colleagues, the research team and the participants. All in all, GlobalGRACE means doing the job which I love day in, day out.
Hi, my name is Isay Gavica, and I took part in GlobalGRACE's Artist in Residency program last 2021. And I would say that my experience with GlobalGRACE has helped me rekindle my love and appreciation for art. I started writing and reading again. I even picked my camera back up. I just started enjoying making things again. Back when the pandemic hit, I put everything on hold and I was just stuck in one place. My experience with the residency gave me my confidence back and gave me my self-esteem back, and that has helped me move forward with my life. So I'm just really, really thankful I got to meet all these wonderful people with GlobalGRACE.
GlobalGRACE মানে হচ্ছে কি সম্প্রীতির বন্ধন, ধর্ম বর্ণ নির্বিশেষে সবাই একটি পরিবারে আমরা আছি। যদিও প্রজেক্ট শেষ হয়ে যাবে, তারপরেও এই বন্ধনটা অটুট থাকবে।
Olá pessoal, eu sou Isabela Souza, eu trabalho no Observatório de Favelas e integro a equipe brasileira do projeto GlobalGRACE. Bom, para mim, GlobalGRACE significa a gente ter uma oportunidade única de afirmar, a partir de iniciativas articuladas e integradas de 5 fortes países do sul global, que as artes são ferramentas para visibilizar sujeitas, territórios e questões periféricas. E ter a oportunidade de olhar, criar iniciativas, realizar pesquisas e visibilizar o debate de gênero a partir das lentes das masculinidades com a arte é uma oportunidade única, é de fato muito inovador, é transformador é utilizar as artes para criar espaços mais democráticos de debates sobre questões que nos estruturam, que historicamente nos estruturam, e que está nesses espaços, com certeza, o fomento, a criação de caminhos para a superação de inúmeras desigualdades.
Hey, Global Grace. I am Mrs. Tan, performance artist in resident batch 2001. First of all, I would like to thank Global Grace. Because of you, I discovered that I can also be Ian. Actually, before I entered Global Grace Artist in Residency program, I really thought na kilalang-kilala ko na si Mrs. Tan. Pero, nung tinanong nila ako, first day pa lang nung session, who are you rather as an artist? I will never forget that question. Doon ako nag-startle. Kasi, kilala ko si Mrs. Tan, which is my art form. But, sino nga ba yung artist na gumagawa kay Mrs. Tan? For so long, hindi ko na-confront kung sino ako as Ian. Never ako nagkaroon ng lakas ng loob na gamitin yung pangalan ko kasi feeling ko si Ian ay isang mahinang tao na walang ilan gawin kung hindi sumuko. But because of Global Grace Artist in Residency program, of course, with the help of my mentors, Ma'am Richie and Sir Ross, na-realize ko na I am more than that. And I personally have my own issues, own battles. And I just need to discover what is the nature of that problems, what is the nature of that battles, what is that battle that I have within me. Kasi sabi nga ni Sir Ross, when you can name it, you can tame it. And right now, I'm still in the process of discovering who Ian is, of having power through Ian. And actually, this Artist in Residency program allowed me to discover, explore, and empower not only who Mrs. Tan is, but also who Ian is. I would like to personally thank my batchmates, my mentors, and also to everyone who supported this initiative by Global Grace. Without you, these queer artists won't be able to express themselves, free themselves, empower themselves, and represent themselves as their truest selves. Thank you for giving us the voice and also the vision to move forward amidst these times that even breathing is something that we're afraid of. So with that, thank you very much.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Can you all hear me? Right.
Yes.
Well, I'd just like to say it was
Yes.
great to see everybody again. Just like the old times kind of thing, and to hear everybody's express their feelings about Global Grace. And now we have the last sort of conversation, which is about reflections of Global Grace. And with me to share these reflections are Susan Friedman and Shrilla Roy. So before we start, I think let's just introduce yourselves. So, sort of briefly, and then people, will get to know who you are. So Susan Friedman, would you like to go first?
Sure.
I'm one of the international project evaluators of GlobalGRACE, involved since the very first conference, thrilling conference, really in Greenwich, that set off. And I live in the state of Wisconsin, which is in the middle of the United States. It's very cold here. I'm still shivering. I work in literary studies, but also very interdisciplinary gender and women's studies, transnational feminism, and currently I'm very interested in Oceania and working especially on archipelagic issues in the Pacific.
Oh, great. Thank you. Shrila?
Yeah, thank you, Bev. Can you hear me okay? I think you can. Yeah. So hi, Bev and Susan. It's so nice to see you both here. And it's been just such a nice day. My name is Srila Roy, and like Susan, I'm also, I think, Susan, we're the only two evaluators of the project, as it were. And I think we can both agree that it's been a great pleasure to be so closely associated with this project in this capacity. I'm speaking to you from Johannesburg, where in sharp contrast is very hot. We've had a lot of rain, but today especially it's very, very hot. And I'm an associate professor of sociology at Wits University. And I also work on transnational feminism. And I've just completed a book which is looking at gender and sexual politics in neoliberal India. And that's going to be out this fall from Duke University Press. So whoever's interested, please watch that space. Thank you.
All right. Great. That's great. Okay, so I know that you know, the day has kind of thrown up loads of thoughts and loads of ideas that you would like to comment on. So I'm going to just start with one little thing about the various conversations and the creative activities that we've seen. And this is like, just think about, and I know you can kind of explore the mental well-being, you know, within the global context and the marginalized groups and the intersections. So in relation to gender, sexuality, religion, and ethnicity. So Susan, if you'd like to kind of like start us off on that, and then Shrila, yeah.
I'd love to. Again, today was very moving, just as every single way in which I've been involved in this program has been very moving. But one point I wanted to emphasize is that I often see questions of social justice, social change, equality, these kinds of issues addressed especially through the social sciences. And what has struck me as so original in this program of GlobalGRACE is that it gets to address these issues through creativity, whether it's through dance or visual creations or poetic creations, and you know, all the media, in other words, of creative expression. And what I was also struck with today in seeing both the images and listening to people is the way in which one of the central issues for the researchers and the NGO people was how to get the people who are marginalized to define their own center, so that it really comes down to a question of agency. That is the agency of the construction workers or the women weavers or the people who live in the favelas, rather than the researchers setting the agenda and trying to achieve social justice in that way. And that's why I think there's such a really exciting combination of creativity, which demands agency. I mean, it is an expression of subjectivity and agency of those who've been marginalized, to get them to define what it is they feel, what it is they want. The construction workers, for example, in Bangladesh, generated their own, I think it wasn't what the researchers particularly thought they were going to do, but they said, we want a manifesto. And in colorful and wonderful ways, they actually created the manifesto of what they would like their work lives to be like. Second kind of agency that I saw was in the Philippines program, where certainly Neil and the researchers, the young researcher, had an idea of getting young people, high school students, involved in writing poetry. But if you're going to write poetry, it's your own voice coming through, your own agency, and that came through in the statements of the poets who said that this was like I found a home in this community of queer people. It was coming home. So agency has feeling, it has ideas, it has thoughts, it has insistences, it has a sense of rights. So these are ways of approaching cultures of equality that I found especially valuable.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for that. Srila, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, I was just reflecting so much today about how this project has made certain categories sit together which are not together, right? So starting with what Susan's saying about thinking of inequality through the arts, but there's so many other categories that feel not commensurate. So as I was going through the day today, I was just like sort of listing them. I mean, obviously they're the more obvious ones, right? The global north, the global south, the differences in terms of language, the text and image tension, but there's so many others. So I had, a play on time, the past and the future, theorizing versus doing, critique, care, power, pleasure, individual, collective, body, affect, well-being, precarity, material, cultural, and one could go on. And what I love about this project is how those incommensurate categories are sitting alongside each other, and there's a messiness which then has been allowed to sort of play out, and that's what we've seen, right? So we've seen that messiness play, and especially today, I think maybe it was in the conversation with Yasmin and Nirmal right at the start, who said, this or Siobhan, it's a conversation, it's not a conclusion. So it's a way in which I think it was a risk, right? What would happen to this messiness? How would it play out? And not least complicated by the pandemic. And I think we've seen that. And it's been, and again, like right from the start, and I told Mark and Suzanne this, that, the scale of this project was always mind-blowing to me. Like, and not just in terms of, all the different countries and the different actors, if you want, in those specific regions, but all of it just seemed to be working on so many levels, right? And how would that, and again, I feel like one of the incommensurabilities which has produced an odd sort of commensurability is this vastness and an intimacy which we all, I think, saw today, right? Like the closeness with everyone, and this intimacy in terms of, again, the different materials, the different conversations, the different outputs, and I don't know. I just think that it's very productive for me in terms of even things that I've been thinking about, to see some of that actually happening, and now maybe going forward to see the afterlife of how some of this will develop.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the collaboration and the caring, and looking at the aspects of healing and being able to work with with marginalized groups, and how does one do that, and so different from just pure academic research and the different methodologies used. So this kind of brings me to the second point, and I know Srila wanted to just talk, but maybe I can give you just a little couple of words here that you can comment on. Think about, maybe comment on these new collaborative partnerships between these academics and the people and the organizations that have been working with these particular groups, and the different languages and the global aspect of it all. Yeah. Oh, sorry, this is my phone. It never ever goes off. Sorry, then it goes off. Sorry, apologizes. Okay, sorry. Do you want to go? Who would like to go first? Oh my God, it's all running. Sorry. It's just.
Oh my God, must be an emergency. Susan, why don't you go first?
Incredible.
I have some thoughts about the collaboration issue. part of the idea, the extraordinary idea of this project was not just having project centers in all these different countries, but to create collaboration between pairs of countries. So the Philippines, Bangladesh, Mexico, South Africa and Brazil, right? And this got cut off by the pandemic. And I think all of us have our sorrows about what the pandemic has meant for GlobalGRACE. And so being able, the collaboration that was part of the dream of this project was transnational, was to get outside of one's own community. And by putting, say, the Philippines and the Bangladesh poetry writers and construction workers together, that something new would be learned by somewhat radical juxtapositions. And we lost. I guess there was one conference after Greenwich between Brazil and South Africa, but I wasn't at that conference. I was just about to make my plane reservations for the Philippines for what was going to be an exciting conference with the Philippines and the Bangladesh. And I feel a sense of loss for the collaboration that didn't happen. And I can see that even today, language remains an issue. I couldn't read the Mexican captions at all, and they were very tiny and not a good contrast in color. I couldn't read them, and I don't speak Spanish. So I couldn't, they're such wonderful people, but I was left in the dark as to what they wanted to say. So I want to say first about collaboration that the pandemic, which has changed so many lives and is truly world in effect, really was made things difficult, not only for Suzanne and Mark. I don't know how the hell they did what they did in holding things together, but that in spite of that loss of collaboration, there was collaboration, obviously, of a very moving nature in each of the local places. Collaborations that meant a great deal to the people who were involved. And this meant some level of at least human relations and mutual learning between the researchers and those who were the so-called subjects of research. That I could see in things that happened today. And Shirla, why don't you jump in and tell us what you think?
Actually, Susan, I have to say, I think it's great that sometimes as primarily English-speaking audiences, we feel alienated and unable to participate. I think that's fantastic. And I think there have been moments, and not only this one, where, I've seen our colleagues on this project chat away in languages that I cannot participate in. I think, why not? Fantastic. And I also think that it's the genius of Mark and Suzanne's curation that they have picked, again, these, what also might seem quite radically incommensurate. Mexico and Brazil are hardly the same place and they speak totally different languages, but they have found a way of sharing. And do you know what I mean? So I feel that there's a smart way in which, and some are Commonwealth and some are not. So, the South African participants all speak English and that kind of thing, but others don't. So I think that's really great. I think that's a huge asset of the project. And I'm really, really pleased to see how the course is going to have options in all the other languages, which also I just think is fantastic. And I don't know, I feel like, obviously I haven't followed every little, especially the last few years traffic in email. I haven't followed all the details, but I do feel like it's a project that has not prioritized conventional outputs, which I know in the UK there's a huge emphasis on, like the edited book and the special journal articles and blah blah blah. And so finally, if this is if it's the exhibition and the course that we are seeing as the final products, as it were. I just think that's fantastic. It really disrupts sort of the expectations of the neoliberal academy. And just actually on the thing that you said about Bangladesh and Philippines, and again, it's just very material concerns, which we think of in terms of the global south, and we very automatically assume with women's rights, construction workers, poverty, sexual harassment in the workplace, etc. And then with the Philippines, like your very merely cultural concerns around LGBT rights. And again, I love it that they are put together in conversation, right? And again, that we see how that actually plays out. And I guess, I agree with you, Susan. I think the wager was on doing it through creative and artistic methods, and I think that is what has maybe, enabled this kind of these intimate moments and outcomes that we're seeing. So I don't know, Bev, actually, if that answered your question at all about collaborations in the global. But yeah, it's kind of what's on my mind.
I think it's because we've seen such inspiring and creative work. Sorry, Susan, go on.
I thought Shrilla's point was really important. I think that as English speakers, it's always good for us as English speakers, particularly if it's the first language, English speakers, to feel the alienation of not understanding, because English is the lingua franca of the world today, and that the power that embodies is overwhelming. But I would also say that at every point in human history, there have developed lingua franca. And it's one of the ways we get outside of our own cultures and our own particular situations. So I believe in lingua francas. At the same time, I recognize the privilege of English today in the world today. And its colonial and settler colonial histories.
And sorry, I just wanted to also say on the language point, so I speak Bengali because I'm from West Bengal in India. And when the Bangladeshi team had the videos with the construction workers speaking ostensibly the same language, I really struggled to understand. And I think that's really good in terms of undermining Indian hegemony in the region and a kind of Bengali cultural nationalism, if you want. So I love it that it breaks at different scales, right? So it's feeling a minority when you can't understand a language, even though your default language is the default in the world, and also then being disabled from that regional hegemony. And no, I think
all these
it's actually
issues.
really great.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Well, in written form, GlobalGRACE has worked very hard to have the different languages represented. And it didn't start that way. I mean, I remember this was an issue at Greenwich, that the Spanish, the Chiapas people particularly felt isolated. And so then the translations of all the written things, Mark and Suzanne and Jimmy made sure that happened. And that was a learning moment, I think, for GlobalGRACE, and a very important one.
Yeah, absolutely. So, moving on from that about the GlobalGRACE, think about, maybe you could make a comment about the research capacity and maybe capabilities of interdisciplinary and probably intersectionality as well of the queer and gender studies that the researchers sort of dealt with on an international scale. And I think this links into with the language as well. But if you'd like to comment on that, either one of you.
Well, this is very hard for me to evaluate from the outside, or to even reflect on very usefully, because we didn't have those meetings. I mean, I can't emphasize enough how important and how visionary I thought having the kinds of meetings that we were going to have over the course of the 3 years. And the final conference in South Africa, I feel desperate about not having that. And I don't want to just be negative here. I know that the exhibitions and the course are the attempt to do those things. But I still, I am filled with a sense of what the pandemic has taken from us in terms of the vision. I also am filled with a sense of how everybody has found ways to deal with it and still do very valuable things. I can't
Absolutely.
evaluate what kind of research is coming out of this, nor do I really understand how well the relationships between the young researchers and the people being researched and the more experienced, I can't tell from the materials that I've read all these years and today's events and the exhibitions and the postcards and the various things we've seen in the newsletter. I really don't know.
No. Yes, and I think the issue of COVID has been and presented a great challenge to to the way and the collaborative effort of GlobalGRACE and mixing and meeting and various other such things that we used to have, PCEs and all those meetings to discuss issues. I mean, when we started off, thinking about what was going to happen, and we look at what has actually transpired, it's quite amazing. Shrilla, would you like to say something sort of, along those lines? Shrilla, with us?
Yeah, sorry. No, I just wanted to respond to the earlier, your earlier bit, Bev, about like interdisciplinarity and
okay.
Did you say intersectionality? Yes. And I think again, like I mean, of course, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Susan that in our more formal roles, it's hard to assess. But I do think right from the start, and in terms of the to give credit where it's due, in terms of the curation of concepts and the bringing the choices of the teams and themes, I think there's a real stretching of the concept of gender and inequalities, right? And I think that's really important in this moment where, gender as a category, I mean, it is always a locus of tension, but we know particularly well in the context of the UK that, it's really a locus of a lot of friction in terms of trying to very much, I think, narrow down in an oddly, I don't know, in a way that harkens earlier times, that narrow down the category of what is a woman, right? And I feel like this project has brought in a very natural sort of capaciousness to the category of gender, where obviously it's going to be attached to questions around queerness and queer rights and even sex workers. I mean, let's not forget that certainly from the context I come from, which is India, but also where I live in South Africa, I mean, sex work has not been a very natural sort of area of mobilization for a lot of women's movements in our context, right? It's been linked to, certain forms of Victorian morality, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like right from the start, there's been this like, and I'm using the word natural quite intentionally, this way of like picking particular themes that are not obvious within the framework of what we might think of gender inequalities, right? Or inequalities per se, where you would still, and especially if you're thinking of the global south, you would still reach for poverty, economic development, health, not mental health, right? So I think there's a way in which the project has really, exploded some of that by bringing in ideas which sit very, very well, but extend how we think about gender and how we think about inequalities. And I loved obviously the film that we saw about the sex workers, but even the whole work, and you know this so well, Bev, because you've been involved in the sex worker theatre group. The focus on pleasure, right? Because again, it feels almost, why do we need to say it? But you do kind of need to say it because these are not subjects of pleasure.
Yeah,
they're off. I mean, sex works are produced as subjects of being of marginalization, discrimination, criminalization, etc. So even that to resurrect them as joyful subjects, joyful subjects, joyful feminist subjects is also, I think, is really, really generative, and I really like that. So I think conceptually there is a huge richness that one can still, I think, do a lot with, and I'm sure everyone, individually and collaboratively will think and write and, produce text or image along those lines. So I think we'll see more of where that takes us.
Yeah, and I think the joyfulness came out quite a lot in our first meeting where we had the twerking exercise. I mean, which was really, who has this at their sort of academic meetings, etc. Just fantastic. So, Susan, would you like to say anything about that?
Well, I really love what Shrila's saying about how all the different projects, when we think of them together and think of them individually, really force a rethinking of gender. To start out with, and if we rethink gender, then we rethink what we mean by equality. So we go back to the title of the project, Cultures of too many words. Equality. And the different domains of it. And the Mexican project was especially interesting to me in the sense that it was focused on creative ways of dealing with the fact of how many people have left. So the realities of world migration, refugeeism, and all the things that go with people on the move. They were asking, what about people who stay, who don't go, and see family member after family member after family member leave. Maybe come back and maybe never come back. Maybe send money, maybe don't send money. So it makes us not intersectionality, which I've been deeply committed to for ever so long. There's so many different dimensions of it. It's not just oppression, it's joy too. And it's also not just race, class, gender, and sexuality. That list that gets repeated so simply, or things that are added to it, like I'm trying to add religion to it in my work on diasporic Muslim women. It's just a rich intersectionality. Needs to be rich, and it needs to be not just about oppression, but about the intersection of so many different factors of human life.
Yeah, great. Well, we're going to be run out of time. So, Shrila, one quick comment.
I think the greatest gift of this project, and to a huge congratulations to everyone, has been about these meaningful relationships. And the collective ownership of something that could have actually felt very different, felt very diffuse, felt very like, what is this about? And it's actually generated the opposite. And I think that is the greatest, its greatest strength and its greatest gift to all of us who've been involved.
Great. Susan, one quick comment.
Well, I'll come back to what both Neil and one of his poets said from the Philippines. This project made a home for me. I could come home. I felt in exile elsewhere. I could come home. And those are the communities of Bangladesh women with their manifestos and their beautiful colors that they wear and their signs, standing there with their signs. I love that. I just love it.
Oh, well, that's great. So I just want to, I've got something I need to say thank you to quite a few people here. So I need to thank Yasmin and Nirmal and Siobhan for so carefully and thoughtfully and patiently organizing, let me put this over here, then I can look, organizing,
We lost you. I lost you.
And design.
No, we lost you, Beth.
Wonderful. Pardon?
Your voice.
We lost you, but you're back. But you're back now. We lost you, but you're back. So just repeat it. Oh no, I think she's cracking up again.
Helping us to realize these beautiful sites. Can you hear me? Yeah. And doing it in such expert and generous ways. Okay. To Lena for producing and overseeing today's launch. I think a big clap for Lena, and for the continued supporting work that Latifa Karim has provided as project administrator, and as well as to Jimmy Turner, our former project manager, who remains part of the GG family. That's quite a good title. Yoo-hoo! Okay. And then to all our team leads, early career NGO researchers, all that GG, it sounds like a horse race, doesn't it? GGG. I'm trying to rush through here. GG participants from across all the partner projects whose work has made the course and the exhibition possible. So don't forget the online course and the exhibition. Our international advisory board members and our expert advisors and assessors. And to all, Mark and Suzanne say their heartfelt and sincere thanks for the continued solidarity, support, and contributions, especially through and despite the extraordinary challenges of these past years. And together, we are Global Grace. But at the end, we also have Srila and Susan. Mark and Suzanne would like to say thank you for wrapping up things so beautifully.
Well, look to them both. How the job they have done is.
But I'd just like to say a big thanks to Mark and Suzanne as well for everything that they've done. And and just thanks to everybody. And it's been great sort of working with everybody, and what an amazing learning experience I think this has been. And I think we're all going to take away something. And as Susan says about coming home, you know, I think maybe there's a lot to do with that, and the intersectionality and the bits of the language. I mean, there's just so much to take away. So, I think that's us done. And probably the beginning of the project probably looked like my bookshelf behind, but then then it all kind of comes.
I noticed that.
I know I was told to have a simple background, but hey, I just don't do simple. So goodbye, everybody.
Well, thank you, Bev.
So much.
Pardon?
No, I said thank you to you, Bev.
Okay, thank you to the two of you. Such a lovely roundtable and lovely roundtable conversation. It was really great and also to see you both again after so many years. I would say, So I think Lena's going to tell us now to get off.
Yeah, she will. I think she's already trying.
Okay, Lena, we're off then. Thank you, everyone. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, both. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yanira, del equipo de México de GlobalGRACE. Para mí este proyecto ha significado la posibilidad de conocer otras realidades que viven violencias estructurales, así como las nuestras, pero al mismo tiempo la posibilidad de la esperanza, la posibilidad de la resistencia y la posibilidad de la inspiración colectiva, porque me parece que lo que los otros equipos han compartido tiene que ver con eso que los pueblos hacen para resistir todos los días y que lo hacen de maneras muy creativas, que también podemos generar lucha desde la resistencia digna, desde la alegría, desde el gozo, desde el disfrute, desde alzar la voz con formas que sobre todo ayuden a iluminar estos caminos oscuros por los que estamos transitando. Y también para mí ha significado la posibilidad de compartir entre diversos sectores, entre academia, sociedad civil, entre las comunidades, dialogando siempre, inspiraciones colectivas también, y pues sobre todo mostrar que podemos hacer trabajo conjunto siendo cariñosos, siendo solidarios, siendo empáticos y mostrando ternura que tanta falta nos hace en estos tiempos.
Hi, this is Nico Pabla from the Philippines. I count myself as extremely fortunate that the first national writing workshop that I attended was the one organized by GlobalGRACE in partnership with the University of the Philippines. I think through that workshop, I was able to shatter that notion that writing remains to be a solitary act. Because through GlobalGRACE, I was exposed to a community, a global one at that, of LGBTQIA+ people and their allies And it showed me directly that I am not alone in this fight towards equality and in the art that I produce to advocate for that. And I'd like to say thank you again to Global Grace and more power towards the liberation of
আমরা অত বছর ধরে না আইছি এখন নিয়ে ভালো লাগছে খুব আনন্দ লাগছে আমরা ঈদের লাইন করছি অনুষ্ঠান ঈদের থেকে বেশি পুরস্কার পাইছি আমরা ঈদের দিন হলে পুরস্কার পাইছি না আমরা অনুষ্ঠানে আয়াদের পুরস্কার পাইছি দামি দামি গেট দিচ্ছে আমরা ম্যাডাম আশা করি আরো পাইতাম আল্লাহ যে আরো আনায় মায়া পাইছি দেখা পরিবারের লোকে আয় যায় মায়া লাগে কোন দিল একটা আয় যায় আসুনি বালা দামি ম্যাডাম আমরা চিন্তা করবো বালা বলা চিন্তা
বছর আগে যখন আমি তাদের সাথে যোগাযোগ করি আমাদেরকে ভালো পজিশন দিচ্ছে একটা দিচ্ছে গান কাজ এবং মাথার যাবতীয় কাজ আছে এগুলো শিখাইছে ধরেন ছবি আঁকা বা ছবি আর্টিস্ট করা বা সুতার কাজ ছবি তুলছি এবং তারাই মোবাইল দিচ্ছিল আমাদের আর ওই মোবাইল দিয়ে আমরা ছবি উঠাইছি।
Hey guys, Mayagni Adlaw. That is good day all the way here from Antique. My name is Naki, and I've been very fortunate to be given the opportunity to be one of the fellows for the first Philippine LGBTQ Poetry Writers Workshop by Global Grace. And up to this day, still, I'm very grateful for that opportunity to be able to represent and showcase gay Kinaraya literature on a national event. So again, congratulations everyone, and I hope that you enjoy your entire stay or your entire experience with this event with Global Grace. Thank you.
Global Grace means sharing, caring, loving, being creative, it means creating network, it means being in solidarity, it means a wider network of women of all classes and meeting up their needs within this group, within this wider network.
Hi everyone, my name is Joshua Morante, and I was part of Global Grace Air Philippines last 2021. Just a background, I interviewed LGBTQIA plus individuals, and I made a collaboration with them to create a creative output from their stories. I interviewed a lesbian couple from the call center or for the BPO industry. I interviewed parloristas, I interviewed bioconeras, I interviewed a manager from a fast food chain. And this made me realize that there are a lot of stories, a plethora of stories outside our comfort zone, our demarcations that we have created in our writing. And I was really thankful I am grateful for the Global Grace Air Philippines because they made me realize that we have to get out of our boxes and go to our community and harvest stories. Not because we have not because we have the voice out there of their grievances, their experiences, but because we can help them to articulate these the traumas and the triumphs that the community has experienced, and we can aspire for a better future for the community. There is a Filipino word which is paraluman. Paraluman means a muse, a female muse. I think Global Grace is my muse because they gave me an opportunity to to pursue things that I don't really realize that I am capable with. And also, there's another meaning for paraluman. Paraluman also means compass. Also mean compass, because Global Grace provided me a trajectory, a direction, where to harvest stories, where I can be more useful, where I can be more helpful. And I think that's the greatest um that's the greatest power of storytelling. It's a shared experience that the humanity can share with each other. Thank you.
আসসালামুয়ালাইকুম। আমরা যে নাইছি কতদিন পরে আবার আমরা কানের মধ্যে আনবো। আমরা তো মনে করছি না মনে বসে আগে তাও দিন করোনার মধ্যে অনেক সাহায্য পাইছি। খুব খুশি লাগে কাকু পাইলাম জীবন দেখলাম না শুনলাম না সেন্টার খাইলাম ওটা ঘুরে কথা সেন্টারে দিলাম খুশি লাগে আনন্দ লাগে।
Hi, I'm Marion from the Philippines. Global Grace means a lot to me. It's a blessing and opportunity. I gain a lot of knowledge working with people in the Global Grace, and it feels like home, where I can be true to myself and be myself. And nothing words can explain how I'm grateful to have Global Grace in my life. Thank you, Global Grace.
I was a fellow in the second Global Grace Writers Workshop for fiction, and at that time I considered myself as a young writer. Most of my writer friends are queer women, but they tend to be younger than me. So I was actually very happy to have met older queer women, both cis and trans, during the Global Grace Workshop. Most significantly, Joanna Lynn Cruz, who was my panelist and who is a prominent lesbian Filipino writer. It feels lonely being a queer woman writer. In our batch, there was just me and Sigrid, who was already my longtime friend. A testament to this loneliness in a way, how few we were. In spite of this, Global Grace was able to let me connect with other queer women writers who I would not meet otherwise. And it was a relief to know other people like me who are in this path, especially older ones, because it's evidence that we've always existed and we will continue to do so.
Global Grace helped me grapple with how to write about suffering of other people that is for genuine liberation instead of exploitation. I learned what it means to grapple with very difficult questions when it comes to ethics, when it comes to writing as a witness, and then writing as a survivor. And I'll be forever thankful for being able to have that opportunity to grapple and to question these different aspects of my poetry. Salamat.
Before the Global Grace LGBTQ Writers Workshop, I already really wanted to become a better writer. But after going through that workshop, not only did my writing improve, I made new friends, my connections expanded, my horizons towards my creative pursuits broadened, and I became more ambitious in the process. But on top of that, it helped me have a better understanding of my identity as a queer person and how navigating the spaces of my everyday life is where I'm most vulnerable. But that being a part of a community where love, tenderness, and care are at their best a lot of the times, is where it makes me proud to just stand out and be who I am and live my life truthfully. So thank you, GlobalGRACE.
Madam Natasha, I am at Nabamula. Madam was looking so low, I am the last. What is good? Mother, chick, Lamita. Muat tiga, di mana tu muat tas semua lah saya nak. Atai tu kodi muat tu atai. Kodi muat atai. Ala aku kodi soptu kodi. Tas semua tu atai lah macam tu. Memang macam tu sih. Polis tu orang tas semua lah atai lah. Epada siapa orang lah. Ada apa lah? Kapuro pinlang, kaputya pinmi na pinmi. Jadi saya mereka pinlang. Mereka masuk ke polis, football harus pinlang, mereka harus pinlang, mobil harus pinlang, semua harus pinlang. Mereka kusik ke pinlang. So biar kelam, pinlang. Kalau mati masih kelam, mereka dah kelam, rumah lo, yang kusik kelam, mau tu kampung tu kelam, mau tu kampung tu berat. Kusik kelam, sopti kelam, ciklam, cepalu lah, pinlang, pinlang.
Hello, I'm Sigrid, and I was a fellow for fiction in the second GlobalGRACE National Writers Workshop. The stories that I've had the honor of reading there were ones that broke through the typical boundaries of form and the constraints of the binary. The workshop also gave voice to the silent, the tender, and the most ferocious among us by allowing us to unveil our authentic selves. Even if Reggie and I were the only women fellows in that workshop, GlobalGRACE still gave me that community, that family even, where I feel truly seen. And for that, I will always be thankful.
Hi, I'm Stena Padilla, one of the fellows of the first National LGBTQ Writers Workshop. And I'd like to thank GlobalGRACE for the opportunity to showcase my artistry and to connect to some of the best writers in the Philippines who eventually became my mentors and friends. So once again, thank you very much. Mabuhay at maraming salamat po.
Hello everyone. GlobalGRACE helped me during a moment in my life when I was undergoing a number of shifts, whether about my identity, my writing, and my own personal relationships with other people. The workshop hosted by GlobalGRACE taught me to explore both the rich quietness of my poetics, but also to confront the silences of my own personal and creative histories. As a queer bi writer, I am also simultaneously grateful for the strong friendships I have made with people in GlobalGRACE, friendships that have taught me much about queer life and queering life, but also the opportunities that GlobalGRACE has offered me in furthering my own personal development and my own career developments as well. May we all continue to bloom even in these difficult times, and thank you for listening to this short video.
Proved to be challenging because I had to question my own sincerity in all of the words and actions that I did when I still hadn't discovered that I was not interested in romantic love. But I was still capable of filial love. I was still capable of familial love. So what the GlobalGRACE writing workshop has done for me is to acknowledge the necessity of writing that puts to the front the love of the community that's built on altruism, empathy, and a shared experience among the queer community, including people who are aromantic or asexual, more than, simply being narratives of romance.
Locating and connecting with other queer writers is still in this day and age not the easiest thing to accomplish. So to have been included among a micro community of queer fictionists is almost miraculous and an experience I wish could be replicated in the future again and again for other queer writers versioning or more established to be able to share and enrich each other's perspectives on what it means to be queer now and specifically on what it means to be a queer Filipino facing everything to face today.
The GlobalGRACE Writing Workshop has provided me the opportunity to connect to my fellow Filipino gay writers and our distinguished panelists and learn from them, especially the intersections of their works and their everyday life experiences as members of the LGBTQ community. Through the GlobalGRACE Writing Workshop, I was able to embrace myself as an aspiring gay writer and my writing as well, and make sense of the challenges that come along with it. Now I see writing as a form of resistance to the structures of power that continue to perpetuate gender inequalities. And I am very honored to be part of that resistance as a Filipino gay writer.
Olá, tudo bem? Eu vou aproveitar esse vídeo para, sobretudo, fazer agradecimentos. Então, agradecer, né, a todos e todas por esses anos de aprendizado, né, e por esses anos também de amizade. Né? O que eu posso falar sobre o projeto é que ele foi enormemente grandioso em termos de aprendizado e também de reverberações no meu trabalho na universidade. Né? O projeto resultou numa série de publicações e publicações produzidas de forma coletiva e criativa, né? E também na abertura de uma agenda de pesquisa dentro do Instituto de Relações Internacionais nessa área da arte, da cultura, e da decolonialidade. Então, isso também resultou numa série de orientações. Hoje eu oriento dissertações de mestrado sobre funk, sobre slam, ou seja, sobre batalha de poesia. Um outro ponto forte, um ponto alto do projeto foi justamente a possibilidade de construção de parcerias que viraram amizades. Então, a parceria com o Observatório de Favela e com o Instituto Maria João Aleixo, e nesse sentido agradeço muito essa parceria com a Bela, também a parceria com o Promundo, ou seja, todas as pessoas que foram muito importantes para a construção desse projeto, a Tatiana Moura, a Linda, a Vicky, e também salientar que essa parceria entre o IRI e as organizações da sociedade civil foi fundamental para a oxigenação e democratização das práticas acadêmicas. Por outro lado, eu poderia citar inúmeros pontos altos. E o que eu posso dizer é que o projeto foi, ele como um todo, um ponto alto. Mas eu queria destacar o PCE, que foi feito no Rio de Janeiro, junto com a equipe mexicana, e que terminou em samba, um samba lindo lá no galpão da Bela Maré. Também, como que essa parceria com a equipe mexicana foi muito importante. No final das contas, a gente acabou indo para Chiapas, e pudemos conhecer um pouco a Vozes Mesoamericanas, e o trabalho lindo que tem sido feito pela organização com as comunidades indígenas de Chiapas. Fui eu, fui a Bela, foi a Andréia. Também queria destacar as inúmeras residências que foram realizadas, a residência do Passinho, a residência da Elan, e a residência do grafite, o Nubela, que foi maravilhosamente conduzida pelo Jimmy. E queria aí aproveitar e agradecer muito o Jimmy por todo o apoio que foi dado ao longo do projeto. Eu poderia citar inúmeros produtos, porque nosso pacote acabou deixando aí, sei lá, incontáveis produtos, documentário, videodança, exposição 360, cartilha, catálogo, entrevistas, enfim. né, todos esses produtos foram produtos dos quais eu me orgulho muito, né, da gente ter podido construí-los, né, de forma tão coletiva, né, e de forma, vamos dizer assim, a partir de uma troca, né, de saberes e de afeto. E também, para finalizar, falar que o ponto alto, que também foi, né, vamos dizer assim, um pré-fechamento do projeto, foi a escola de verão, que a gente foi, quer dizer, já não era bem verão, né, já estava no final do verão, mas, enfim, né, o curso que a gente produziu também, né, a partir do SES, né, de Coimbra, lá em Coimbra, né, e que foi uma oportunidade, vamos dizer assim, de fechamento e de reinícios, né, porque ao mesmo tempo que a gente estava fechando o pacote, a gente também estava se ressocializando no mundo, vamos dizer assim, né, pós-pandêmico, se é que a gente pode falar já do pós-pandêmico. A gente reencontrou uma pessoa que foi muito importante no começo do projeto, que foi a Vicky. Então, eu acho que a gente conseguiu fechar aí, né, de uma forma muito bem sucedida. E, por fim, né, eu queria muito agradecer também o Marco e a Suzane por estarem sempre abertos para ouvir e por reinventar e reimaginar o projeto, não só em função, né, da pandemia, mas também em função das inúmeras demandas contextuais dos diferentes pacotes de trabalho, que eu sei que não é fácil. E só para salientar uma dessas demandas, a demanda da política da tradução, né? Foi muito importante que nos nossos encontros, nas nossas reuniões, a gente tivesse justamente essa disponibilidade, né, que foi dada, né, em termos das traduções. Então, é isso, e agradecer todo mundo enfim, que ajudou a construir esse projeto, né, com tantos atores, né, com tantos países envolvidos, ou seja, uma logística que não foi nada fácil, mas que, enfim, que no final das contas a gente conseguiu, todos nós, driblar, né, as adversidades de um cenário pandêmico, né, e fazer um trabalho muito bonito. É isso.